Welcome to Podcasts for Learning English with Listening. This is a podcast that helps you learn English. You will hear simple English stories. The stories are easy to understand. They are for beginners. You can listen to these stories and practice your English. You will hear new words. You can learn how to use these words. Listen carefully and follow along. Let's start with a story. There was a boy named Tom. Tom was 10 years old. He lived in a small town. The town was near a big city. Tom liked to play outside. He had many friends. They played together after school. They played games like hide and seek. They also played football. Tom liked football the most. One day, Tom and his friends went to the park. They wanted to play football. The weather was good. The sun was shining. It was a perfect day to play. They played for a long time. After the game, Tom was tired. He sat under a big tree. His friends sat with him. They talked about their day. Tom said, "I had fun today." His friend, Sam, said, "Me too. I liked playing football with you." Tom smiled. He was happy. They all laughed and talked. Soon, it was time to go home. Tom waved goodbye to his friends. He walked home with a smile on his face. At home, Tom's mother was waiting for him. She had made dinner. Tom was hungry. He sat at the table and ate his food. His mother asked, "Did you have a good day?" Tom said, "Yes, I played football with my friends." His mother smiled and said, "That sounds fun." After dinner, Tom did his homework. He liked school. His favorite subject was math. He was good at math. After finishing his homework, Tom went to bed. He was tired but happy. He thought about his day and fell asleep. The next morning, Tom woke up early. He got ready for school. He ate breakfast and left the house. At school, Tom saw his friends. They talked about the game they played the day before. Tom's teacher came into the room and said, "Good morning, class." The class replied, "Good morning, teacher." The teacher started the lesson. Today, they were learning about animals. Tom liked animals. He had a dog at home. His dog's name was Max. Max was a small dog, but very smart. Tom loved Max. After school, Tom went home and played with Max. They ran around in the garden. Max was fast. He could run very quickly. Tom laughed and said, "You are the best dog, Max." The next day, it rained. Tom was sad because he could not play outside. He stayed inside and read a book. The book was about a boy who went on an adventure. Tom liked the story. It made him forget about the rain. He read for hours. When he finished the book, he felt good. Reading was fun, even when he could not play outside. Tom also liked to listen to music. Sometimes, he listened to music while reading. It helped him relax. His favorite kind of music was pop music. It made him feel happy. He danced to the music sometimes. Max watched him and barked. Tom laughed. Max liked the music too. One day, Tom's father came home with a surprise. He had a new football. Tom was very excited. He thanked his father and said, "I can't wait to play with it." The next day, Tom took the ball to the park. He showed it to his friends. They were all excited. They played with the new ball. It was a great day. Tom's team won the game. Everyone cheered. Tom loved playing football, but he knew school was important too. He worked hard in class. His teacher was proud of him. She told him, "You are doing very well in school, Tom. Keep up the good work." Tom smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher." Tom's life was simple but happy. He had good friends, a loving family, and a smart dog. He loved playing football and reading books. Every day was a new adventure for him. He learned something new every day, both in school and outside. Learning is fun. Just like Tom, you can learn new things every day. You can learn English by listening to stories. You can also learn by reading books. Every day, you get better and better. Don't worry if it is hard at first. Keep trying, and you will improve. Just like Tom improved in football and school, you can improve in English. Now, let's learn some new words from Tom's story. Word 1. Play to play means to have fun, to do something you enjoy. Tom likes to play football with his friends. What do you like to play? Word 2. Friend. A friend is someone you like and who likes you. Tom has many friends. Do you have friends? Word 3. Happy. When you feel good and smile, you are happy. Tom feels happy when he plays with his friends. What makes you happy? Word 4. Dog. A dog is an animal. Many people have dogs as pets. Tom's dog is named Max. Do you have a pet? Word 5. Football. Football is a game where you kick a ball and try to score goals. Tom loves playing football. Do you play football? Now that you know these words, try to use them. You can say, "I play with my friends," or "My dog makes me happy." Practice using these words every day. It will help you learn English faster. Let's listen to another short story. There was a girl named Sarah. Sarah was 8 years old. She loved to read books. Every day, she went to the library after school. The library was big and quiet. Sarah liked the quiet. She sat at a table and read her favorite books. One day, she found a new book. The book was about a girl who could talk to animals. Sarah was excited. She took the book home and read it all night. In the morning, Sarah went to school. She told her friends about the book. They were interested. Sarah said, "The girl in the book can talk to animals. Isn't that cool?" Her friends agreed. Sarah loved sharing stories with her friends. It made her happy. After school, Sarah went back to the library. She returned the book and looked for another one. She loved reading. It was her favorite thing to do. When she read, she felt like she was in a different world. The characters in the books felt real to her. Sarah's mother was happy that Sarah liked to read. She told Sarah, Reading is good for you. It helps you learn new things. Sarah nodded. She knew her mother was right. Books were like magic. They could take her anywhere. One day, Sarah decided to write her own story. She got a notebook and a pencil. She started to write about a girl who went on an adventure. The girl in the story found a hidden treasure. Sarah wrote for hours. She felt proud of her story. She showed it to her mother. Her mother read it and said, "This is a great story, Sarah. You should write more." Sarah smiled. She was happy her mother liked the story. She decided she wanted to be a writer when she grew up. She wanted to write stories that made people happy, just like the stories she read. The next day at school, Sarah's teacher asked the class, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Sarah raised her hand and said, "I want to be a writer." The teacher smiled and said, "That's wonderful, Sarah. Keep reading and writing, and you will be a great writer one day." Sarah felt proud. She knew that if she worked hard, she could become a writer. She decided to read more books and write more stories. She was excited about her future. Now, let's learn some new words from Sarah's story. Word 1. Read to read means to look at words in a book and understand them. Sarah loves to read books. Do you like to read? Word 2. Library. A library is a place with many books. You can go to the library to read or borrow books. Sarah goes to the library after school. Do you go to the library? Word 3. Story. A story is something you read or tell. It can be about real things or made up things. Sarah likes to read stories about adventures. What kind of stories do you like? Word 4. Write. To write means to put words on paper. Sarah likes to write stories. Do you like to write? Word 5. Book. A book is a set of pages with words or pictures. You read books to learn or for fun. Sarah finds many books at the library. What is your favorite book? Now that you know these new words, try to use them in your daily life. You can say, "I read a book at the library," or "I want to write a story." Keep practicing, and you will get better at English. It is important to practice every day. Just like Sarah practiced reading and writing, you can practice English. The more you practice, the more you will learn. Don't worry if it is hard at first. Learning something new takes time. Be patient with yourself and keep trying. Let's listen to another story. There was a man named Mr. Green. Mr. Green was a farmer. He lived on a farm with his family. They had cows, chickens, and sheep. Every morning, Mr. Green woke up early. He went to the barn to feed the animals. The cows ate grass, the chickens ate corn, and the sheep ate hay. Mr. Green worked hard every day. One day, Mr. Green's son, Jake, asked if he could help. Jake was 12 years old. He wanted to help his father on the farm. Mr. Green smiled and said, "Of course, Jake. You can help me feed the animals." Jake was excited. He loved the animals. He helped his father feed them every morning. He liked to give the chickens their corn. The chickens made funny sounds, and Jake laughed. He also liked to watch the cows eat grass. They were big and strong. Jake's favorite animal was the sheep. They were soft and fluffy. He liked to pet them. One day, a baby sheep was born. It was very small and cute. Jake was happy. He asked his father if he could name the baby sheep. Mr. Green said, "Yes, Jake. You can name the sheep." Jake thought for a moment and said, "I will name her Daisy." Mr. Green smiled and said, "That's a perfect name." Every day, Jake took care of Daisy. He fed her and played with her. Daisy grew bigger and stronger. Jake felt proud. He loved living on the farm and helping his father. One evening, after a long day of work, Mr. Green sat with his family. They ate dinner together. Jake told his family about Daisy. His mother said, "You are doing a great job taking care of her, Jake." Jake smiled. He was happy his family was proud of him. Now, let's learn some new words from Mr. Green and Jake's story. Word 1. Farm. A farm is a place where people grow food and take care of animals. Mr. Green lives on a farm. Have you been to a farm? Word 2. Animal. An animal is a living creature. Cows, chickens, and sheep are animals. Do you have a favorite animal? Word 3. Feed. To feed means to give food. Mr. Green feeds the animals every day. Do you feed your pets? Word 4. Corn. Corn is a kind of food. Chickens like to eat corn. Do you eat corn? Word 5. Sheep. A sheep is an animal with soft wool. Jake likes to pet the sheep. Have you seen a sheep before? Now that you know these words, try to use them in sentences. You can say, "I saw animals at the farm," or "I feed my pet every day." Practice using these words, and you will learn English faster. Thank you for listening. Let's continue with more stories and more new words. There was a girl named Anna. Anna was 7 years old. She lived in a small house with her parents. Anna loved her house. It had a big garden. Every morning, she went to the garden to play. The garden had many flowers. Anna's favorite flowers were the red ones. She liked to smell the flowers and look at the butterflies flying around them. The butterflies were very colorful. Anna smiled when she saw them. One day, Anna found a small bird in the garden. The bird had fallen from a tree. It was hurt and could not fly. Anna was worried. She ran inside and told her mother. Her mother came to the garden and looked at the bird. She said, "We must help the bird." Anna and her mother made a small bed for the bird. They put the bird in a box and gave it some water. Anna's mother said, "We will take care of the bird until it is better." Every day, Anna checked on the bird. She gave it water and food. She talked to the bird and told it stories. After a few days, the bird was stronger. It started to move its wings. Anna was happy. One morning, Anna went to the garden, and the bird flew away. It was better now. Anna watched the bird fly up into the sky. She felt good because she had helped the bird. After the bird flew away, Anna's mother said, "You did a good job, Anna." You helped the bird." Anna smiled and said, "I'm happy the bird is better now." Her mother hugged her and said, "You have a kind heart." Anna. Helping others made Anna feel good. She wanted to help more animals. One day, she saw a cat in the garden. The cat was hungry. Anna gave the cat some milk. The cat drank the milk and purred. Anna liked helping animals. She knew that even small acts of kindness could make a big difference. One day, Anna's father came home with a surprise. He had a small kitten for Anna. Anna was very happy. She had always wanted a pet. She named the kitten Snowball because it was white like snow. Anna took care of Snowball every day. She fed him, played with him, and gave him lots of love. Snowball became her best friend. They played together in the garden, and Snowball followed Anna everywhere. Anna learned that taking care of a pet was a big responsibility, but she didn't mind. She loved Snowball, and she wanted to make sure he was happy and healthy. Every night, Snowball slept next to Anna in her bed. She felt safe and happy with Snowball by her side. Now let's listen to another story. There was a boy named Leo. Leo loved the sea. His family lived near the beach. Every day after school, Leo went to the beach. He liked to watch the waves and listen to the sound of the ocean. Sometimes he found seashells in the sand. He liked to collect them. Leo had many seashells at home. He kept them in a box, and he liked to look at them. One day, Leo saw something in the water. It was a big fish. The fish was swimming near the shore. Leo had never seen such a big fish before. He watched the fish for a long time. The fish moved slowly and looked very peaceful. Leo wanted to know more about the fish. He ran home and told his father. His father said, "That is a dolphin, Leo. Dolphins are very smart and friendly animals." Leo was excited to learn about dolphins. He asked his father many questions. His father told him that dolphins live in the sea and swim very fast. Sometimes they jump out of the water and play. Leo wanted to see a dolphin jump. The next day, he went to the beach again. He watched the water carefully, hoping to see the dolphin. After a while, he saw it. The dolphin jumped out of the water and made a big splash. Leo clapped his hands and laughed. It was a beautiful sight. Leo loved spending time at the beach. He learned many things about the sea and the animals that lived there. He wanted to take care of the ocean and keep it clean. One day, he saw some trash on the beach. He picked it up and threw it in the bin. He knew that keeping the beach clean was important for the animals. He wanted to make sure the dolphins and other sea creatures were safe. Leo's family was proud of him. They saw how much he loved the ocean and how he wanted to protect it. They told him, "You are doing a good thing, Leo. The sea is important, and we must take care of it." Leo nodded and smiled. He felt proud of himself. The next week, Leo went on a boat with his family. They sailed on the sea, and Leo saw more dolphins. They swam next to the boat, and Leo waved at them. He was very happy. The sea was his favorite place, and he wanted to learn more about it. Let's listen to another story. There was an old woman named Mrs. Brown. Mrs. Brown lived in a small village. She was very kind, and everyone in the village liked her. Mrs. Brown loved to bake. Every week, she made bread and cookies for her neighbors. She also made cakes for special days, like birthdays and holidays. People loved Mrs. Brown's baking. Her cookies were the best in the village. One day, a new family moved to the village. They had a little girl named Emma. Emma was shy and didn't know anyone. She stayed in her house most of the time. Mrs. Brown noticed this and wanted to help. She decided to bake some cookies for Emma and her family. She put the cookies in a basket and went to their house. When Emma opened the door, Mrs. Brown smiled and said, "Hello, dear. I brought you some cookies. Welcome to the village." Emma smiled shyly and took the basket. She thanked Mrs. Brown and went inside. The next day, Emma saw Mrs. Brown again. This time, she waved and smiled. Mrs. Brown was happy to see Emma feeling more comfortable. She knew that sometimes small things like a smile or a kind word could help someone feel better. Mrs. Brown and Emma became good friends. Emma often visited Mrs. Brown's house. They baked together and talked about many things. Mrs. Brown taught Emma how to make cookies. Emma loved learning how to bake. She wanted to be like Mrs. Brown when she grew up. One day, Emma's family had a party, and Emma helped Mrs. Brown bake a big cake. Everyone at the party loved the cake. They all thanked Emma and Mrs. Brown for the delicious food. Emma felt proud. She was happy to be part of the village, and she was glad that Mrs. Brown had helped her feel welcome. Mrs. Brown continued to bake for the village, and Emma always helped her. They worked together and shared their cookies and cakes with everyone. The people in the village loved them both, and they were grateful for their kindness. Let's listen to another story. There was a boy named Tim. Tim lived in a big city. He liked to ride his bike in the park. Every weekend, he went to the park with his father. They rode their bikes together. Tim was very good at riding his bike. He could ride fast and turn quickly. His father was proud of him. One weekend, Tim and his father went to a different park. This park was bigger, and it had many trees. Tim liked the new park. He rode his bike faster than before. But then something happened. Tim hit a rock, and he fell off his bike. His knee hurt, and he started to cry. His father ran to him and said, "Are you okay, Tim?" Tim's father helped him stand up. Tim looked at his knee. It was bleeding a little, but it was not too bad. His father said, "It's okay, Tim. You are strong. You can get back on your bike." Tim wiped his tears and nodded. He got back on his bike and rode slowly. After a while, he felt better, and he started to ride faster again. Tim learned that sometimes you fall, but you can always get back up. His father told him, You did a great job, Tim. You didn't give up. Tim smiled. He was proud of himself. Now, every time Tim goes to the park, he remembers that day. He knows that if he falls, he can always try again. It's okay to make mistakes. What's important is to keep trying. Tim enjoys riding his bike more than ever, and he loves spending time with his father in the park. Let's keep listening to more stories. There was a little boy named Ben. Ben loved cars. He had many toy cars at home. His favorite car was red. It was a gift from his grandmother. Ben played with his toy cars every day. He liked to imagine that he was driving them. He made car noises and pretended to race. One day, Ben and his family went to a car show. Ben was very excited. He had never seen so many cars before. There were red cars, blue cars, and even yellow cars. Ben's eyes were wide with excitement. He wanted to sit in all of them. His father took him to a special car. It was a big, shiny car. Ben sat in the driver's seat and pretended to drive. He was very happy. At the car show, Ben met a man who built cars. The man told Ben, "I make cars like these. One day, you can make cars too if you want." Ben looked at the man and said, "I want to build cars when I grow up." The man smiled and said, "That's a great idea, Ben. You can do it if you work hard." Ben felt very excited. He loved cars even more now. When he went home, he told his parents, "I want to build cars when I grow up." His parents smiled and said, "That's a wonderful dream, Ben. We believe you can do it." From that day, Ben started to learn more about cars. He asked many questions. He wanted to know how cars worked. His parents gave him books about cars, and he read them every day. He was curious and wanted to learn more. He knew that if he worked hard, he could build cars one day. Ben was happy because he had a dream. He knew that dreams could come true if you worked hard and never gave up. He loved playing with his toy cars, but now he also loved learning about real cars. Let's continue with more stories and simple English. There was a girl named Lucy. Lucy lived in a small town with her parents. She liked to read books. Every afternoon, after school, Lucy would go to the library. The library was quiet, and Lucy loved to sit and read in her favorite corner. She read stories about animals, adventures, and faraway places. One day, Lucy found a new book on the shelf. The book had a beautiful cover with a picture of a big castle. She was curious and decided to borrow the book. When Lucy got home, she sat on her bed and started to read. The story was about a princess who lived in a castle. The princess was brave and loved to explore. Lucy liked the princess very much. As Lucy read more, she imagined herself in the story. She imagined that she was the princess, exploring the castle and finding secret rooms. Lucy loved how books could take her to new places. She could visit castles, forests, and even different countries, all by reading a book. It was like going on an adventure without leaving her room. One evening, Lucy's mother came to her room and saw her reading. She smiled and said, "You really love books, don't you, Lucy?" Lucy nodded and said, "Yes, I do. Books are like magic. They take me to new worlds." Lucy's mother was happy that Lucy loved to read. She knew that reading was important. It helped Lucy learn new things and use her imagination. Lucy's mother said, "I'm glad you love reading, Lucy. You can learn so much from books." Lucy smiled. She knew her mother was right. Every time she read a book, she learned something new. Whether it was a story about animals, a new place, or even a lesson about life, Lucy knew that books were full of knowledge. She promised herself that she would keep reading and exploring new stories. Let's hear another story. There was a boy named Sam. Sam lived in a big city. He liked to play soccer with his friends. Every weekend, Sam and his friends went to the park to play. Sam was very good at soccer. He could run fast and kick the ball hard. His friends always asked him to play on their team because they knew he was a great player. One day, Sam's school announced that there would be a soccer tournament. Sam was excited. He wanted to join the school's soccer team and play in the tournament. He told his parents about it, and they were happy for him. His father said, "You should practice every day, Sam. That way, you'll be ready for the tournament." Sam listened to his father. Every afternoon, after school, Sam went to the park to practice. He worked on his kicking, running, and passing. His father often came to watch and gave him advice. Sam felt more confident each day. The day of the tournament came. Sam was a little nervous, but he was also excited. His team played well, and Sam scored a goal. His friends cheered, and Sam felt proud. At the end of the tournament, Sam's team won second place. They didn't win first place, but Sam was still happy. He had done his best, and he had fun with his friends. Sam's parents were very proud of him. His mother said, "You worked hard, Sam, and that's what matters. Winning is not the most important thing. What's important is that you tried your best." Sam smiled. He knew his mother was right. He loved playing soccer, and he was proud of how hard he had worked. Sam continued to play soccer with his friends every weekend. He didn't always win, but he always had fun. And every time he played, he remembered his mother's words. "Trying your best is the most important thing." Now, let's hear another story. There was a little girl named Mia. Mia loved animals. She had a dog named Max. Max was brown and had big floppy ears. Mia loved Max very much. Every morning, Mia and Max went for a walk in the park. Max liked to run and play. He was a very happy dog, and Mia loved spending time with him. One day, Mia's parents told her that they were going to visit a farm. Mia was excited. She had never been to a farm before. When they arrived at the farm, Mia saw many animals. There were cows, chickens, horses, and even pigs. Mia was amazed. She had only seen these animals in books before, but now she could see them in real life. The farmer, Mr. James, showed Mia how to feed the animals. Mia fed the chickens some corn, and they clucked happily. She also gave hay to the horses, and they ate it with big bites. Mia loved being around the animals. She thought they were all very interesting. Then Mia saw something small and fluffy. It was a baby lamb. The lamb was very cute, and Mia asked Mr. James if she could pet it. Mr. James said, "Yes, you can pet the lamb. Be gentle, though." Mia carefully petted the lamb, and it made a soft sound. Mia smiled. She loved the little lamb. After a fun day at the farm, Mia and her parents went home. Mia couldn't stop talking about the animal she had seen. She told her parents, "I want to visit the farm again. I love the animals." Her parents smiled and said, "We can go back to the farm soon, Mia." From that day on, Mia always talked about the farm and the animals. She loved Max, her dog, but now she also loved farm animals. She hoped she could visit the farm again and maybe even help take care of the animals next time. Let's hear another story. There was a boy named Alex. Alex lived with his grandparents in a small house. He loved spending time with them. His grandmother liked to tell stories, and his grandfather liked to teach him how to do things. One summer, Alex's grandfather decided to teach him how to grow vegetables in the garden. Alex was excited. He had never grown anything before. His grandfather said, "It takes time and patience to grow vegetables, Alex, but if you work hard, you will see them grow." They started by planting seeds. Alex planted tomatoes, carrots, and beans. Every day, he watered the seeds and made sure the soil was good. His grandfather told him, "You must take care of the plants. They need water and sunlight to grow." As the days passed, Alex watched the seeds slowly grow into small plants. He was amazed. He couldn't believe that tiny seeds could turn into plants. He felt proud because he had helped them grow. His grandfather smiled and said, "See, Alex, you are doing a great job." After a few weeks, the vegetables were ready to pick. Alex was excited to see the red tomatoes, the long carrots, and the green beans. He picked them with his grandfather and took them inside to show his grandmother. She was very happy and said, "You did a wonderful job, Alex. These vegetables look delicious." That evening, Alex's grandmother cooked the vegetables for dinner. Alex tasted them, and they were very good. He felt proud because he had grown the vegetables himself. His grandparents were proud of him too. They told him, "You worked hard, and now you can enjoy the food you grew." Alex learned that growing vegetables was not easy, but it was worth it. He enjoyed spending time with his grandfather in the garden, and he felt happy when he saw the plants grow. He knew that with patience and hard work, he could grow anything. Are you still listening? Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and press the bell notification so that you never miss new English podcasts and stories. Thanks. Now, let's jump into another story. There was a girl named Emma. Emma loved to draw. She had a big box of crayons, and she liked to use all the colors. Every day after school, Emma sat at the table and drew pictures. She drew flowers, trees, houses, and animals. Emma's favorite thing to draw was animals. She liked to draw cats, dogs, and birds. One day, Emma's teacher told the class that there would be an art contest. The teacher said, "You can draw anything you like. The best drawing will win a prize." Emma was excited. She wanted to enter the contest, and she wanted to draw something special. Emma thought for a long time about what she should draw. She wanted to make sure her drawing was beautiful and different from all the others. Finally, she decided to draw a picture of the forest with many animals in it. She wanted to draw birds in the trees, rabbits on the ground, and a river with fish swimming in it. Emma worked very hard on her drawing. She used many colors and took her time to make sure everything looked just right. When she finished, she was very proud of her work. She showed her drawing to her parents and they said, "It's beautiful, Emma. You did an amazing job." Emma took her drawing to school the next day and gave it to her teacher. The teacher smiled and said, "This is a wonderful drawing, Emma. I can see how much work you put into it." A few days later, the teacher announced the winner of the contest. Emma's heart was beating fast. She hoped she would win. When the teacher said her name, Emma was so happy. She couldn't believe it. She had won the contest. Emma's friends clapped for her, and the teacher gave her a prize. It was a new box of crayons with even more colors. Emma was very proud of herself. She knew that she had worked hard and that's why she won. From that day, Emma continued to draw every day. She knew that with practice, she could get even better. Drawing made her happy, and she loved using her imagination to create new pictures. Let's continue with more animal stories. I'm sure you'll enjoy them. There was a little boy named Jack. Jack lived near a forest with his family. He loved to go on walks in the forest. One day, while walking in the forest, Jack saw a small squirrel. The squirrel was looking for food. It had a fluffy tail and bright eyes. Jack watched the squirrel run up and down the trees. It was very quick. Jack wanted to help the squirrel. He picked up some nuts from the ground and put them near the tree. The squirrel looked at Jack, and then it came closer. It sniffed the nuts, picked one up, and started eating. Jack was very happy. He liked helping animals. Every day after school, Jack went to the forest to leave more nuts for the squirrel. Soon, the squirrel began to trust Jack. It would come close to him, and sometimes it would even sit near him while eating. Jack named the squirrel Nutty. He loved watching Nutty play in the trees. One day, Jack noticed that Nutty wasn't alone. There were other squirrels too. They all came to eat the nuts Jack left for them. Jack smiled. He was happy to help the animals in the forest. One afternoon, Jack saw Nutty running with something in its mouth. It was a leaf. Jack followed Nutty and found that it was building a nest. Jack learned that squirrels build nests high up in the trees to keep safe. He watched Nutty work hard, bringing leaves and sticks to make a nice home. Jack realized that animals are smart, and they know how to take care of themselves. Jack's parents were proud of him. They told him, "You are kind to animals, Jack. It's important to take care of nature and the animals that live there." Jack smiled and kept helping the squirrels. He knew that even small acts of kindness could help animals live happily. Now, let's hear another animal story. There was a little girl named Ella. Ella lived on a farm with her family. The farm had many animals: cows, chickens, and goats. But Ella's favorite animal on the farm was a little duckling named Daisy. Daisy had soft yellow feathers and a cute little beak. Every morning, Ella went to the pond to feed Daisy. Daisy would swim around and quack happily when she saw Ella. One day, it was raining, and the pond was full of water. Daisy loved the rain. She flapped her wings and splashed in the water. Ella watched and laughed. She loved seeing Daisy so happy. Daisy was not afraid of the water. In fact, ducks love water because they can swim and find food in it. Ella learned how to take care of Daisy. She gave Daisy food and made sure her little house was clean and dry. Daisy followed Ella everywhere on the farm. When Ella walked, Daisy waddled behind her. They were best friends. Ella loved how Daisy quacked softly when she was happy. It made Ella feel happy too. When the baby ducklings finally hatched, Ella was overjoyed. They were small and fluffy, just like Daisy was when she was a duckling. Daisy was a good mother, and she made sure the ducklings were safe. Ella helped too. She gave the ducklings food and watched them swim in the pond with Daisy. Ella loved living on the farm and taking care of the animals. She knew that animals needed love and care, just like people do. And she was happy to give them that love. Let's hear another animal story. There was a boy named Tom. Tom lived near the beach, and he loved the ocean. One day, while walking on the beach, Tom saw a small sea turtle. The turtle was trying to reach the water, but it was moving very slowly. Tom knew that sea turtles live in the ocean, and he wanted to help it. He gently picked up the turtle and placed it near the water. The turtle slowly walked into the sea, and Tom watched as it swam away. Tom felt happy. He had helped the turtle get to the ocean safely. He learned that sea turtles are special animals. They are born on the beach, but they live most of their lives in the ocean. Tom wanted to know more about sea turtles, so he went to the library and read books about them. He learned that sea turtles travel long distances in the ocean, and they always come back to the same beach to lay their eggs. One day, Tom's family went to a different beach. There, he saw many small baby turtles hatching from their eggs. The baby turtles were tiny, and they were all trying to reach the ocean. Tom watched them and felt amazed. He knew that the ocean was their home, and they needed to get there quickly to be safe. Tom saw some people helping the baby turtles by clearing the way for them to reach the water. He wanted to help too. He carefully moved small rocks out of the way so the turtles could walk faster. When the turtles finally reached the ocean, Tom felt proud. He had helped them, and he knew he had made a difference. Tom's parents were proud of him too. They told him, "It's good to care for animals, especially ones like sea turtles that need our help." Tom nodded and smiled. He knew he would always remember that day when he helped the baby turtles reach their home in the ocean. Now, let's hear another story about animals. There was a girl named Sarah. Sarah loved birds. She liked to watch them fly in the sky and listen to their songs. One day, Sarah saw a small bird with a broken wing in her garden. The bird couldn't fly, and it looked scared. Sarah felt sad for the bird and wanted to help. Sarah told her mother about the bird, and her mother said, "We can take care of the bird until its wing gets better." Sarah and her mother gently picked up the bird and put it in a small box with soft cloth to keep it warm. They gave the bird some water and food. Sarah named the bird Chirpy because it made soft chirping sounds. Every day, Sarah took care of Chirpy. She gave it food and water and made sure it was comfortable. After a few days, the bird's wings started to heal. Sarah was happy to see Chirpy getting better. One morning, Chirpy flapped its wings and tried to fly. It wasn't ready yet, but Sarah knew it would be soon. A few days later, Chirpy's wing was fully healed. Sarah took Chirpy outside and placed it in the garden. Chirpy flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. Sarah watched as Chirpy flew higher and higher. She was happy that she had helped Chirpy get better. Sarah's mother said, "You did a wonderful thing, Sarah. You took care of Chirpy, and now it's strong again." Sarah smiled and felt proud. She knew that helping animals was important. From that day on, Sarah always made sure to look after the birds in her garden. She put birdseed out for them and loved watching them fly around happily. Let's hear another animal story. There was a boy named Daniel. Daniel lived on a farm with his family. The farm had many animals, but Daniel's favorite was a horse named Star. Star was a beautiful horse with a shiny black coat. Daniel loved riding Star around the farm. They were best friends. One day, Daniel's father told him that they were going to have a race on the farm. All the children could ride their horses and see who was the fastest. Daniel was excited. He knew Star was a fast horse, and he wanted to win the race. For the next few days, Daniel practiced riding Star. He made sure to brush Star's coat and give him good food. He wanted Star to be strong and ready for the race. On the day of the race, Daniel was a little nervous, but he knew he and Star were ready. The race started, and Daniel and Star ran as fast as they could. The wind blew through Daniel's hair, as Star galloped across the field. They were moving quickly, but some other children were fast too. Daniel kept cheering for Star, and Star ran faster. In the end, Daniel and Star didn't win first place, but they finished the race together. Daniel was proud of Star for running so well. His father said, "You did a great job, Daniel. You and Star make a good team." Daniel smiled and patted Star's neck. He was happy, not because he won, but because he had fun and worked together with his horse. From that day on, Daniel knew that winning wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was having fun and doing his best with Star. He loved spending time with his horse, and he knew that they would always be the best of friends. These are just a few stories about animals, but there are many more to enjoy. Animals are special, and they teach us a lot about kindness, care, and friendship. Let's dive into some fish stories. Fish live in the water and have many interesting adventures. Here are some stories about fish that I think you'll enjoy. There was a small fish named Bubbles. Bubbles lived in a big, colorful coral reef. The reef was full of other fish, crabs, and sea plants. Bubbles was very curious and loved to explore. Every day, Bubbles swam around the reef, looking for new places to explore. He loved swimming through the coral and seeing the beautiful colors of the sea. One day, Bubbles saw something shiny at the bottom of the reef. He was curious, so he swam down to see what it was. When he got closer, he saw that it was a small silver shell. Bubbles thought it was the most beautiful shell he had ever seen. He picked it up with his fins and took it back to his home. Bubbles showed the shell to his friends. They all thought it was very pretty. One of Bubbles' friends, a little fish named Sparkle, said, "That shell is special. It shines like a star." Bubbles smiled. He was happy to have found something so beautiful. From that day on, Bubbles carried the shell with him wherever he went. It made him feel happy, and he loved showing it to the other fish in the reef. But one day, while Bubbles was playing with his friends, he accidentally dropped the shell. It fell into a deep part of the reef, where the water was dark. Bubbles felt sad. He didn't know if he would ever find his shell again. But then, his friends came to help. "We will help you find your shell, Bubbles," they said. Together, they swam down to the dark part of the reef. It was a little scary, but they stayed close to each other. After searching for a while, Sparkle saw something shiny in the dark water. "I see the shell," Sparkle said. Bubbles swam over, and there it was, his shiny silver shell. Bubbles was so happy to have it back. He thanked his friends for helping him. Bubbles learned that friends are always there to help, even when things seem hard. He was glad to have such good friends in the reef, and he promised to help them too whenever they needed him. Let's hear another fish story. There was a fish named Finny. Finny was a fast swimmer and loved to race with the other fish in the river. Every day, the fish in the river would swim in races to see who was the fastest. Finny was always excited to join the races because he loved the feeling of the water rushing past him as he swam. One day, a new fish came to the river. His name was Flash. Flash was very fast, and the other fish started to talk about how good he was at swimming. Then he heard the other fish talking and felt a little worried. What if Flash is faster than me? Finny thought. The next day, the fish had a big race. Finny and Flash were both in the race, and all the other fish came to watch. Finny was nervous, but he told himself to swim as fast as he could. The race started, and Finny and Flash both swam quickly. The water splashed around them as they raced through the river. At first, Finny was ahead, but then Flash started to swim faster. Soon, Flash was in the lead. Finny tried his best to catch up, but Flash crossed the finish line first. Finny felt a little sad. He had always been the fastest fish, but now Flash had won. After the race, Flash came over to Finny and said, "You are a really good swimmer." Finny: "That was a close race." Finny smiled and said, "Thanks, Flash. You are fast too." Finny realized that even though he didn't win, it was still fun to race. He and Flash became good friends, and they often raced together, not to see who was the fastest, but just for fun. Finny learned that it's not always about winning. Sometimes, it's just about having fun with friends and enjoying the race. Now, let's hear another story about fish. There was a fish named Goldie. Goldie was a small goldfish who lived in a big pond with many other fish. The pond was peaceful, and Goldie liked to swim around the lily pads and play in the cool water. But Goldie had a dream. She dreamed of swimming to the other side of the pond, where the water was deep and there were bigger fish. One day, Goldie told her friend, a little green fish named Leafy, about her dream. "I want to swim to the other side of the pond," Goldie said. Leafy looked a little worried. "But the other side is far, and the water is deep. What if it's dangerous?" Leafy asked. Goldie thought about it. She knew that the other side of the pond was different, but she was curious. She wanted to see what was there. So one sunny morning, Goldie decided to go. She swam past the lily pads and toward the deeper part of the pond. As she swam, the water got deeper, and the plants were bigger. Goldie felt a little nervous, but she kept swimming. Suddenly, she saw a big fish swimming toward her. It was the biggest fish Goldie had ever seen. Goldie froze for a moment, but then the big fish smiled and said, "Hello, little fish. What brings you to this part of the pond?" Goldie smiled and said, "I wanted to explore and see the other side of the pond." The big fish laughed kindly and said, "You are very brave. There are many interesting things on this side of the pond. Let me show you." The big fish showed Goldie the different plants and rocks that were deep in the water. Goldie was amazed by all the new things she saw. She realized that even though she was small, she could still explore new places if she was brave. When Goldie returned to her side of the pond, she told Leafy all about her adventure. Leafy was surprised and happy for Goldie. From that day, Goldie knew that being curious and brave could lead to exciting adventures. Let's hear another story. There was a fish named Coral. Coral lived in the ocean, and she was very colorful. Her scales were pink, blue, and purple, and they sparkled in the sunlight. Coral loved her home in the ocean, but sometimes she felt a little lonely. She didn't have many friends to play with. One day, Coral saw a group of small fish swimming together. They were playing a game, swimming in circles and chasing each other. Coral wanted to join them, but she was too shy. She watched from a distance and wished she could be part of the group. The next day, Coral saw the same group of fish again. They were playing near some rocks, and Coral decided to swim closer. She wanted to say hello, but she didn't know how. Just then, one of the fish noticed Coral. "Hi! Do you want to play with us?" the fish asked. Coral felt happy and a little nervous. She smiled and said, "Yes, I would love to play." The other fish welcomed Coral, and soon they were all swimming and laughing together. Coral felt so happy. She realized that sometimes you just need to be brave and say hello to make new friends. From that day on, Coral played with her new friends every day. They swam through the coral reefs, played games, and explored the ocean together. Coral wasn't lonely anymore. She learned that making friends is easy when you are kind and open to meeting new fish. Now, let's hear one last fish story. There was a fish named Bluey. Bluey was a little blue fish who lived in a big aquarium. The aquarium was full of colorful fish, and Bluey liked to swim around and look at all the different fish. But there was one thing Bluey didn't like. He was scared of the big, dark cave at the bottom of the aquarium. Every time Bluey swam near the cave, he felt a little afraid. It was dark inside, and Bluey didn't know what was in there. The other fish told Bluey that the cave was safe, but Bluey was still scared. One day, Bluey decided that he wanted to be brave. He wanted to see what was inside the cave. Slowly, he swam closer to the cave. His heart was beating fast, but he told himself to be brave. When he got to the entrance of the cave, he took a deep breath and swam inside. To Bluey's surprise, the cave wasn't scary at all. Inside, there were beautiful rocks that sparkled in the light. There were also small fish swimming happily. Bluey felt silly for being scared. The cave was not dark and scary. It was peaceful and beautiful. Bluey swam back to tell his friends about what he had seen. "The cave isn't scary," Bluey said. "It's beautiful inside." His friends smiled, and they were proud of Bluey for being brave. From that day on, Bluey wasn't scared of the cave anymore. He swam there often, enjoying the beauty inside. He learned that sometimes things that seem scary aren't scary at all. You just have to be brave and take a closer look. These are some fun fish stories. Fish have exciting adventures, and they teach us about being curious, brave, and kind. There are many more stories to explore in the underwater world.
Introduction. Why English? Importance of English as a global language for communication, business, travel, and education. Overview of learning to speak English. Learning to talk in English involves a combination of mastering vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and cultural nuances. 1. Understanding the foundations of English. The importance of grammar. Grammar provides structure to the language. Without it, words have no meaning. Basic sentence structure, subject verb object, dot, importance of tenses, articles, and prepositions, how grammar affects clarity in speech, building vocabulary, knowing words is essential to communicate effectively, tips to build a strong English vocabulary. Common words and phrases used in daily conversations, the importance of context when learning new words, pronunciation and phonetics. Pronouncing words correctly helps people understand you better. How to master English sounds and phonetics, exercises for improving pronunciation, minimal pairs, word stress, dot, differences between British and American accents. 2. Key components of speaking English, fluency versus accuracy, understanding the balance between speaking smoothly and speaking correctly, the role of practice in fluency, why making mistakes is okay when you're starting, speaking in context, communication depends on understanding the situation, how to tailor your speech depending on the context, formal, informal, conversation starters for different scenarios, workplace, social settings, learning the art of small talk, cultural sensitivity in English, how to avoid miscommunication by understanding cultural differences, how politeness and indirect language are often used in English-speaking cultures, common phrases for agreeing, disagreeing, making requests, and offering help. 3. Methods to improve English speaking skills. Immersive learning. The most effective way to learn any language is through immersion, surrounding yourself with English through media, movies, TV shows, podcasts, the power of mimicry, imitating native speakers, conversational practice, engaging in real conversations to boost confidence, finding language partners or tutors for practice, using language exchange apps. Role of social media platforms in practicing language skills. Shadowing technique, listening to native speakers and repeating after them, how shadowing helps with pronunciation and fluency, the importance of intonation and rhythm in English speech. Using technology to learn English, leveraging apps, websites, and online tools to practice speaking, popular apps for learning English conversation, Duolingo, Babbel, speech recognition technology for improving pronunciation, Google Assistant, Siri, storytelling as a learning method, using personal experiences to communicate effectively. How storytelling can improve your ability to express complex ideas, exercises to build storytelling skills in English. 4. Overcoming common challenges, fear of making mistakes, how to overcome the fear of speaking in front of others, understanding that mistakes are part of the learning process, role of confidence in language learning. Dealing with anxiety, how to manage the nervousness that comes with speaking in English, relaxation techniques and breathing exercises, visualization and positive thinking to reduce anxiety, building confidence, why confidence is essential and how to build it gradually, celebrating small successes, setting realistic goals and tracking progress, pacing yourself. Learning to speak English takes time. And it's important not to rush, setting aside time every day for practice, avoiding burnout by keeping learning fun and engaging. 5. Formal versus informal English speaking, the difference between formal and informal English, how to recognize and switch between these two modes of communication. Formal English for professional settings, meetings, presentations, informal English for casual conversations, friends, social media, speaking English in the workplace, how to speak confidently and professionally at work, key phrases for meetings, interviews, and networking events, how to give presentations in English. Mastering everyday English, how to navigate casual conversations and slang, common idioms and phrases, regional differences in English slang, UK, USA, Australia. 6. Tools and resources for learning to speak English. Books and online resources, recommended books, websites, and tools for improving English speaking skills, popular language learning books, websites with free English resources, BBC Learning English, Cambridge English, podcasts and YouTube channels, using audio and video content to improve listening and speaking, best podcasts for learning conversational English, YouTube channels focused on English speaking lessons. Language learning communities, the importance of joining a community of learners, online forums and groups, Reddit, Facebook groups, how participating in language exchange programs helps. 7. Motivation and mindset, the power of a growth mindset. How maintaining a positive attitude accelerates learning, the concept of a growth mindset in language learning, learning from mistakes and constantly improving, staying motivated on your learning journey, overcoming plateaus and periods of slow progress, setting short-term and long-term goals, rewarding yourself for milestones achieved, fostering a love for the language, how to make learning English a lifelong passion. Finding joy in learning by focusing on what interests you. Hobbies, films, books, connecting with the global community through language. Conclusion, summing up, how to talk in English. Mastering English is a journey that involves practice, patience, and persistence. Final tips for success: stay consistent, practice with real conversations, and never stop learning. The future of English communication, how English is evolving in the digital age and what it means for learners. This detailed article offers a comprehensive guide to learning how to speak in English. It covers essential aspects like grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and fluency, as well as practical methods for improving speaking skills. It also addresses challenges learners may face, such as anxiety and fear of mistakes, and provides strategies for overcoming them. If you're looking to practice speaking in English, here are some practical tips to get you started and help you improve your conversation skills. 1. Start with simple conversations. Begin by talking about easy topics that you're comfortable with. Self-introduction. Talk about yourself, your name, where you're from, your hobbies, etc. Example: Hi, my name is, your name. I'm from, your country. I enjoy reading books and watching movies. Daily routine. Discuss your day or your plans. Example: Today, I woke up early, had breakfast, and went to work. After work, I plan to go for a walk. 2. Ask questions to engage others. Conversations are a two-way street, so practice asking questions to keep the discussion going. Simple questions. How are you? What do you do? Where do you live? Follow-up questions. If they mention a hobby, ask more about it. Example, you said you like traveling. Where was the last place you visited? 3. Practice pronunciation with short sentences. Focus on speaking clearly. You don't have to speak fast to be fluent. Example, can you help me with this? Or I'd like a cup of coffee, please. 4. Use real-life scenarios. Imagine you're in everyday situations and practice how you would speak. At a restaurant, I would like to order a pizza, please. Shopping, how much does this cost? Or do you have this in another size? 5. Expand your vocabulary gradually. Learn new words and phrases as you go along. Don't stress about knowing every word. Use the words you know and build on them over time. 6. Shadow native speakers. Listen to native speakers and try to imitate them. You can do this with movies, TV shows, podcasts, or even YouTube videos. Repeat what they say and try to copy their accent, intonation, and rhythm. Focus on natural phrases. Learning common phrases and how they're used in everyday English can make your speech sound more natural. Example phrases: how's it going? Long time no see. It's up to you. 8. Practice with a language partner. Find someone to practice speaking English with, whether it's a friend, tutor, or through language exchange platforms like HelloTalk or Tandem. 9. Think in English. Try to think in English during your day-to-day activities. This will help you get used to forming sentences naturally instead of translating from your native language. Speaking English fluently is a goal for many learners, and it involves more than just knowing grammar and vocabulary. Fluency is about speaking smoothly, confidently, and without pausing too much to think about what to say next. Here are some practical strategies to help you achieve fluency. 1. Think in English. Stop translating from your native language. One of the biggest challenges to fluency is the habit of translating sentences from your native language into English before speaking. This causes pauses and disrupts the flow of conversation. Practice thinking in English. Start with simple things, like thinking about what you're doing throughout the day in English. For example, if you're making breakfast, think, I'm going to cook eggs now. Eventually, this will help you form sentences more naturally. 2. Expand your vocabulary with common phrases. Learn phrases, not just words. Instead of memorizing individual words, learn entire phrases that are commonly used in conversation. For example, instead of learning the word happy, learn the phrase I'm so happy to hear that. Use collocations. These are words that naturally go together. Learning them helps you speak more fluently. For example, we say make a decision, not do a decision. 3. Practice speaking regularly. Consistency is key. To speak fluently, you need to practice speaking regularly. Even if you don't have a language partner, practice speaking out loud to yourself. Talk to yourself. Describe what you're doing. Ask yourself questions, or narrate your actions in English. This will get you used to forming English sentences without hesitation. 4. Learn to use fillers, use natural fillers. Native speakers often use fillers like you know, or like when they need a second to think. Learning how to use fillers helps you sound more natural and gives you time to think without pausing awkwardly. Don't overuse them. Be careful not to rely on fillers too much, but use them sparingly when you need a moment to gather your thoughts. 5. Immerse yourself in English. Surround yourself with English. The more you listen to and engage with the language, the more natural it will feel. Listen to English podcasts, watch English movies or TV shows, and read in English. Mimic native speakers. Try to imitate how native speakers talk, their intonation, speed, and pronunciation. This can improve your fluency and make your speech sound more natural. 6. Practice shadowing technique. What is shadowing? Shadowing is a technique where you listen to a native speaker and try to repeat exactly what they say, imitating their pronunciation, rhythm, and speed. How it helps. This method helps improve fluency because it forces you to speak at a natural pace and reduces hesitation. Engage in conversations with native speakers, language exchange. Find someone to practice with, whether it's a tutor, a friend, or someone through a language exchange platform. The more you speak, the more confident and fluent you'll become. Real conversations. Focus on having real conversations instead of practicing scripted dialogues. Real-life interactions force you to think on your feet and use your language skills in practical settings. 8. Record yourself, self-evaluation. Record yourself speaking about a topic, then listen to the recording. This helps you identify areas where you hesitate or struggle with certain sounds, and it shows you how you're progressing over time. Set goals. Aim to speak without pausing for a certain amount of time. For example, start with speaking for 30 seconds without stopping, then gradually increase the time. 9. Stop worrying about mistakes. Mistakes are normal. Fluency doesn't mean speaking perfectly. Native speakers make mistakes too. The key is to keep the conversation flowing. Even if you make an error, prioritize communication. Focus on getting your message across rather than worrying about minor grammar mistakes. Confidence plays a big role in fluency. 10. Use simple language at first. Don't overcomplicate your sentences. Start by using simple language and basic sentence structures that you're comfortable with. As you become more fluent, you can start experimenting with more complex expressions and vocabulary. Practice paraphrasing. If you don't know a specific word, describe it in another way. For example, if you forget the word restaurant, you can say, the place where you go to eat. 11. Improve listening skills. Listen to English regularly. The better you understand spoken English, the easier it will be to respond quickly. Podcasts, news, and conversations are great resources. Active listening. Don't just passively listen. Try to understand how sentences are structured, how words are linked, and how intonation changes. 12. Set realistic fluency goals. Track progress. Set small, achievable goals for your speaking fluency. For example, aim to have a 5-minute conversation with no hesitation or to talk about a familiar topic for 2 minutes non-stop. Celebrate small wins. Fluency doesn't happen overnight, so celebrate progress like being able to express yourself faster or understanding conversations more easily. practical exercises to improve fluency, daily speaking practice. Spend 10 to 15 minutes each day talking about random topics in English. Pick any topic and speak about it continuously for a set amount of time without stopping. Role-play conversations. Create scenarios in your mind, ordering food, asking for directions, job interviews, and practice responding as you would in real life. Storytelling. Tell short stories about your day, your weekend, or something you're passionate about. It forces you to think in full sentences and helps with natural expression. Engage in debates or discussions. Find a debate topic or an interesting article and practice discussing it. Debating forces you to think quickly and use language fluidly to defend your points. Final thoughts on achieving fluency. Fluency takes time and practice, but the more you engage with the language, the more comfortable you'll become. Don't be afraid to make mistakes and focus on communicating clearly. Regular practice, confidence, and exposure to the language will help you speak English fluently over time. How to speak faster. Speaking faster in English without losing clarity is a skill that requires consistent practice. While it's important to increase your speaking speed, it's equally crucial to ensure that your speech remains understandable and smooth. Here are practical tips on how to speak faster in English while maintaining clarity. 1. Practice speaking daily. Consistency is key. The more you practice speaking, the more natural and quicker your speech will become. Set aside time each day to speak in English, whether it's having conversations with others or simply talking to yourself. Start slow, then gradually increase speed. When practicing, begin at a comfortable pace, then gradually speed up. For example, talk about your day slowly at first, then repeat the same sentences slightly faster each time. 2. Focus on fluency first, speed later. Fluency before speed. It's important to prioritize speaking fluently before trying to speak quickly. Make sure your sentences flow smoothly and naturally without too many pauses or hesitations. Once you're confident in your fluency, you can work on increasing speed. Speak in full sentences. Instead of focusing on speed alone, work on speaking in full, coherent sentences without breaking your thoughts. This will naturally make your speech faster and more fluid. 3. Use tongue twisters. Tongue twisters improve articulation and speed. Tongue twisters are a fun way to work on speaking faster because they train your mouth to move quickly and smoothly. Start with easier ones, then move on to more complex ones as your confidence grows. Example: she sells seashells by the seashore, or Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Gradually increase speed. Say the tongue twister slowly at first, then repeat it faster and faster. This helps train your mouth and tongue muscles to articulate words quickly and clearly. 4. Improve connected speech. Practice linking words. Native speakers often link words together in natural conversation. Practicing connected speech will help you speak faster because you won't have to stop between each word. For example, instead of saying I am going to, it's more common to say I'm gonna. Learn contractions. Using contractions like I'm, your, they will help you speak faster because they reduce the number of syllables you need to say. For example, I am becomes I'm, and they have becomes they've. Elision and reduction. In fast speech, certain sounds disappear, like saying gonna instead of going to or wanna instead of want to. This is a natural part of fast, conversational English. 5. Shadow native speakers, imitate native speakers, listen to native English speakers and try to repeat what they say immediately after, matching their speed, rhythm, and pronunciation. This is called the shadowing technique. How it helps. Shadowing helps you get used to speaking at the same speed as a native speaker, which will naturally make you faster over time. It also improves your pronunciation and rhythm, so you'll sound more natural. 6. Practice with short sentences. Shorten your thoughts. Instead of trying to speak long, complicated sentences, focus on speaking shorter sentences quickly and clearly. As you get more comfortable, you can combine sentences and increase your speaking speed. Example, say, I like coffee quickly and clearly. Once you can do that easily, expand to I like coffee, but I prefer tea in the morning. Work on reducing pauses and filler words. Reduce hesitations. To speak faster, you need to avoid hesitating too much while thinking of the right words or sentences. Practice speaking on topics you're familiar with to reduce pauses. Avoid overusing filler words. Filler words like and like slow you down. Practice speaking without relying on these fillers by planning what you want to say in advance. 8. Listen to fast speech. Listen to English podcasts, news, or TV shows. Listening to fast-paced English speakers helps your brain adapt to hearing and processing language quickly. Try to keep up with their pace mentally and speak along with them. Speed up audio. You can increase the playback speed of YouTube videos, podcasts, or other recordings to practice listening to fast speech. After listening, try to summarize or repeat what you heard at a similar speed. 9. Record yourself speaking. Self-assessment. Record yourself speaking on a topic and then listen to the playback. This allows you to hear where you tend to slow down or hesitate. Over time, you'll notice improvements in your speaking speed. Progressive speed. Start by recording yourself speaking slowly, then record the same topic at a faster pace each time. Compare the recordings and notice how your speed improves. 10. Practice speaking about familiar topics. Start with easy topics. When you speak about something you know well, you'll be more comfortable and naturally speak faster. Choose familiar topics like your daily routine, your hobbies, or your favorite foods to start practicing speed. Build confidence. The more confident you feel about a subject, the faster you can speak about it. Practice with simple, familiar topics before moving on to more complex ones. 11. Increase your vocabulary. Learn more common words and phrases. The more vocabulary you have, the easier it will be to speak quickly because you won't have to pause to think of the right word. Focus on learning words and expressions that are used in everyday conversation. Practice using synonyms. If you can't think of a word quickly, knowing synonyms will allow you to substitute another word and keep speaking without pausing. 12. Engage in real conversations. Practice with native speakers. Engaging in real conversations forces you to think and respond quickly, which naturally improves your speaking speed. Use language exchange platforms like Italki or HelloTalk to find conversation partners. Real-time practice. Speaking with someone in real time helps you adapt to conversational speed. You'll be able to keep up with fast-paced dialogue and respond more quickly as you practice more. 13. Use speech apps, speech recognition apps. Use apps like Elsa Speak or Google Assistant to practice speaking. These apps can give feedback on how quickly and clearly you're speaking. Challenge yourself. Set small goals in the app to speak faster and track your progress. 14. Avoid overthinking. Let go of perfection. Don't worry too much about being perfect in your pronunciation or grammar when speaking fast. The goal is to communicate effectively. Focus on the flow of your speech and don't stop mid-sentence to correct small mistakes. Trust yourself. As you practice speaking faster, trust that your knowledge of English will help guide you. The more confident you feel, the faster you'll speak. Final thoughts. Speaking faster in English is a gradual process. Focus on building confidence, fluency, and comfort with the language, and speed will follow naturally. Remember, while speed is important, clarity is even more essential. Speaking quickly but clearly ensures that others can still understand you. Keep practicing, listen to fast-paced speech, and push yourself to speak a little faster each day. Tips for daily practice. Daily practice is crucial to improving your English speaking skills, whether you want to enhance fluency, pronunciation, or overall confidence. By incorporating small, consistent exercises into your routine, you can make significant progress over time. Here are practical tips for daily English practice. 1. Set clear, achievable goals, short-term goals. Focus on small, specific goals for each practice session. For example, today I will learn and use 5 new vocabulary words in sentences, or I will practice my pronunciation for 10 minutes. Long-term goals. Set broader goals, such as I want to improve my speaking fluency in 3 months, or I will have daily conversations in English for 30 days. 2. Daily speaking practice. Speak out loud every day, even if you don't have someone to talk to. Practice speaking aloud to yourself. Choose any topic, like describing your day, your favorite movie, or a recent news story, and speak continuously for a few minutes. Narrate your actions. As you go through your day, narrate what you're doing in English. For example, while cooking, now I'm cutting vegetables. Next, I'll boil water. This helps you think in English and practice vocabulary relevant to daily life. 3. Use language learning apps, conversation-focused apps. Apps like HelloTalk, Tandem, or Speaky allow you to find language partners and practice speaking with native or fluent English speakers. Pronunciation and fluency apps. Use apps like Elsa Speak, Duolingo, or Rosetta Stone to focus on pronunciation, vocabulary building, and speaking speed. These apps provide structured lessons for daily practice. 4. Record yourself speaking, evaluate your progress. Record yourself speaking about a topic for a few minutes each day. Listen to the recording to evaluate your fluency, pronunciation, and speed. Over time, you'll notice improvements. Weekly challenge. Choose a challenging topic each week and record yourself speaking about it. Compare the recordings from the start and end of the week to track your progress. 5. Engage in short conversations, language exchange. Spend at least 10 to 15 minutes each day talking with someone in English. You can find conversation partners through language exchange platforms or connect with friends who speak English. Daily phone calls or chats. Make a habit of calling or messaging someone in English to practice. If that's not possible, use apps that simulate real conversations to practice listening and speaking. 6. Shadow native speakers. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers, via podcasts, TV shows, or YouTube, and immediately repeat what they say, trying to match their rhythm. Intonation and pronunciation. This technique improves speaking speed and naturalness. Daily audio challenge. Pick a short audio clip or video each day, listen to it, and then repeat what you heard as closely as possible. This helps you internalize natural speech patterns, focus on pronunciation, practice difficult sounds, identify any sounds that are difficult for you to pronounce, such as the TH sound in think or the R sound in run, and focus on practicing them daily. Use online pronunciation guides. Websites like Forvo or apps like Elsa Speak can help you hear and practice correct pronunciation. Tongue twisters. Practice tongue twisters to improve clarity and speed. Start slow and gradually speed up as you become more comfortable. 8. Learn and use new vocabulary. Daily vocabulary building. Set a goal to learn 5 to 10 new words each day. Try to use those words in sentences, either in writing or speaking. Apps like Quizlet or Memrise can help you create vocabulary lists and review them daily. Create thematic lists. Focus on learning vocabulary related to specific topics, e.g., travel, work, food. This makes it easier to use them in real-life conversations. 9. Practice listening comprehension. Daily podcasts or videos. Listen to English podcasts, audiobooks, or watch YouTube videos on topics that interest you. This will improve your understanding of different accents, vocabulary, and expressions. Active listening. Instead of just passively listening, pause the audio after a few sentences and repeat what was said or summarize it in your own words. 10. Engage with English media. Watch movies or TV shows. Watch shows or movies in English with or without subtitles. After watching, try summarizing the plot or discussing what you liked, disliked to practice speaking. Read aloud, read articles, books, or news in English and practice reading aloud. This improves pronunciation and helps you become comfortable with sentence structures. 11. Keep a language journal. Write in English daily. Dedicate a few minutes each day to writing in English about your day, thoughts, or experiences. Then, read what you wrote out loud. This helps you practice sentence formation and speaking at the same time. Review and reflect. At the end of each week, review your entries and identify areas where you can improve, such as grammar, vocabulary, or fluency. 12. Use flashcards for common phrases. Flashcard apps. Use apps like Anki or Quizlet to create flashcards with common English phrases, idioms, and expressions. Review them daily to familiarize yourself with natural-sounding language. Practice with sentences. Instead of just memorizing single words, learn how they are used in context by practicing full sentences. 13. Join online English groups or forums, participate in discussions, join online communities like Reddit, Facebook groups, or forums where people discuss various topics in English. Participate by leaving comments or sharing your thoughts. Daily discussion practice. Make a habit of responding to posts or starting conversations on platforms like Quora or Reddit. Engaging with others in writing will build your confidence for speaking. 14. Use a timer for short speaking challenges. Timed speaking. Set a timer for 2 to 3 minutes and challenge yourself to speak on a specific topic without stopping. This will train your brain to think quickly and help you develop fluency. Increase the difficulty. As you improve, try longer timed speaking sessions, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, or choose more complex topics to talk about. 15. Pair new words with actions. Total physical response, TPR. Pair learning new words with physical actions or gestures. For example, when learning action verbs like run, jump, or sit, actually do the actions while saying the words. This reinforces memory and improves speaking speed. Tips for staying motivated. Consistency over intensity. It's better to practice for 10 to 15 minutes every day than to study for hours once a week. Small, daily improvements add up over time. Track your progress. Keep a journal or use an app to track your speaking practice and improvements. Celebrate small victories, such as learning a new phrase or speaking without hesitation for 3 minutes. Mix fun with learning. Choose topics and activities you enjoy. If you love cooking, talk about recipes in English. If you enjoy movies, discuss your favorite scenes. Reward yourself. Give yourself rewards when you reach your goals, like treating yourself to something special after completing a 30-day speaking challenge. By consistently practicing for just a few minutes each day, you'll gradually become more confident and fluent in English. It's not about perfection, but rather the habit of continuous improvement. Learning how to speak English can seem daunting, especially if it's not your first language. However, with the right approach and consistent practice, mastering English is definitely achievable. As someone who has gone through the journey, let me guide you through the process. This isn't a quick-fix solution, but rather a step-by-step method that will help you speak English confidently over time. Why learn English? Before diving into the techniques, let's first understand why learning English is so important. English is the most widely spoken language in the world, not just by native speakers but also by people who speak it as a second or third language. It's often the common language in business, travel, science, technology, and entertainment. Learning English opens doors to numerous opportunities for education, career, and cultural experiences. Understanding and speaking English allows you to communicate with people from different parts of the world, making it a vital skill in today's globalized world. 1. Build a strong foundation in vocabulary. The first step in learning any language is to build a solid vocabulary. Vocabulary is like the bricks in a building, and grammar is the structure that holds them together. Without enough vocabulary, it's hard to express even simple ideas. Start with basic, everyday words and phrases. These include greetings, introductions, numbers, days of the week, and other common phrases. As you become more comfortable, gradually expand your vocabulary to include more complex words. One helpful method is to use flashcards or apps like Anki or Quizlet to practice new words. Additionally, reading books, watching TV shows, or listening to music in English can help you learn new words in context. Don't just memorize words, try to use them in sentences. This helps your brain store them in long-term memory. 2. Practice pronunciation early. Good pronunciation is crucial in speaking English because even if you know the words, if you can't pronounce them correctly, it might be difficult for others to understand you. English has many sounds that might not exist in your native language, so it's important to familiarize yourself with them early on. One way to improve pronunciation is by listening to native speakers, paying attention to how they form sounds and where they place emphasis in sentences. You can use apps like YouTube, podcasts, or language exchange platforms to expose yourself to natural English speaking patterns. Try repeating after native speakers to mimic their accent, tone, and rhythm. Another great resource is the International Phonetic Alphabet, IPA, which can help you understand how words should be pronounced. Many dictionaries provide IPA transcription of words, which can serve as a guide to correct pronunciation. 3. Understand basic grammar. While vocabulary is essential, learning basic English grammar is equally important. Grammar is the set of rules that govern how we structure sentences. It helps in creating clarity in communication. You don't have to learn complex grammar rules right away, but it's important to grasp the basics. Start with sentence structure, like how to form simple sentences, subject, verb, object. For example, I eat an apple is a simple sentence structure. Learn about the different parts of speech, nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, prepositions, conjunctions, and interjections. Begin by forming simple sentences, and then move on to compound and complex sentences. Over time, you'll need to get comfortable with tenses. English has 12 different tenses, but start with the most commonly used ones. Present simple, I walk, past simple, I walked, and future simple, I will walk. Understanding these basics will allow you to communicate effectively. 4. Practice speaking daily. It's essential to practice speaking every day if you want to become fluent in English. The more you practice, the more comfortable and confident you will become. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Mistakes are part of the learning process. You'll improve as you identify and correct your errors. One excellent way to practice is by finding a language partner. There are many online platforms, such as HelloTalk, Tandem, or Conversation Exchange forums, where you can find native English speakers or other learners to practice with. If you can't find a partner, try speaking to yourself. Describe what you're doing, think aloud in English, or narrate your day as though you're explaining it to someone else. Another powerful technique is shadowing, where you listen to someone speaking English and try to repeat exactly what they're saying immediately after they say it. This improves your fluency and trains your brain to think in English. 5. Immerse yourself in the language. Immersion is one of the most effective ways to learn a language. You don't necessarily have to live in an English-speaking country to immerse yourself in English. You can create an English environment wherever you are. Start by surrounding yourself with English media, watch English movies or TV shows, listen to English podcasts, or read English newspapers and books. The goal is to expose yourself to how English is used naturally. When watching movies or TV shows, use subtitles in the beginning if needed. Try to pay attention to how people use language in different situations. For example, how do they greet each other? How do they ask questions or express opinions? Additionally, try to switch the language on your phone, computer, or social media to English. This forces you to think in English as you navigate through your daily digital life. 6. Join English-speaking communities. Practicing English in real-life situations is crucial for gaining fluency. If possible, join local English-speaking groups, attend English meetups, or participate in conversation clubs. These groups offer a supportive environment where you can practice speaking without fear of judgment. Many cities have language exchange meetups, where native English speakers meet to practice foreign languages and vice versa. These gatherings are not only helpful for language learning but also a great way to make friends and learn about different cultures. If you're unable to find such groups locally, consider joining online communities, such as language learning forums or social media groups dedicated to English learners. 7. Focus on listening skills. Listening is a key part of becoming fluent in English. The more you listen, the more familiar you'll become with different accents, speech speeds, and ways of expressing ideas. You can improve your listening skills by watching English news channels, TED Talks, or listening to audiobooks and podcasts. Start with slower-paced content, like podcasts aimed at English learners, and gradually move to faster-paced material, such as TV shows or live discussions. If you find it difficult to understand at first, don't worry. It takes time for your brain to adapt to the sounds of a new language. One effective listening exercise is to listen to the same audio multiple times. Each time, you'll pick up more details and improve your comprehension. This helps you get used to the rhythm of English and prepares you for real-life conversations. 8. Develop a study routine. Consistency is key when learning to speak English. Create a study routine that works for you, and stick to it. You don't need to spend hours every day, but try to dedicate at least 30 minutes to an hour each day to practicing English. Break your study time into smaller, manageable tasks like vocabulary building, grammar exercises, reading, listening, and speaking. Use a notebook or language learning app to track your progress. Set short-term and long-term goals. For example, you might aim to learn 10 new words a day or have a 15-minute conversation in English by the end of the week. Setting goals will keep you motivated and help you measure your improvement over time. 9. Be patient and stay motivated. Finally, remember that learning to speak English fluently takes time. It's important to be patient and not get discouraged by mistakes or slow progress. Celebrate small wins along the way, such as successfully completing a conversation in English or learning a new phrase. Stay motivated by reminding yourself why you're learning English. Whether it's for career advancement, travel, or personal satisfaction, keep your goal in mind. Surround yourself with positive influences, whether that's friends who support your learning, mentors, or success stories of other learners who've mastered English. Conclusion: learning how to speak English is a gradual process that requires dedication, practice, and patience. By building a solid foundation of vocabulary, improving your pronunciation, understanding basic grammar, and immersing yourself in the language, you will steadily improve. Remember to practice speaking daily, engage with English-speaking communities, and stay motivated throughout your journey. With time and effort, you'll be able to speak English confidently and effectively. The time it takes to achieve fluency in English varies widely depending on several factors, including your current level of English, the amount of time and effort you dedicate, your native language, and your exposure to English in daily life. On average, here are some key factors that influence how long it might take to become fluent in English. 1. Current language level, beginner. If you're starting from scratch, fluency may take longer, typically between 1.5 to 2 years of consistent effort. Intermediate. If you already have some basic knowledge, it may take 6 months to 1 year to reach a high conversational level with daily practice. Advanced. If you're at an advanced level, refining your skills to full fluency could take 3 to 6 months with focused practice. 2. Consistency and practice. The more time you spend practicing, the faster you will improve. For example, 1 to 2 hours per day of active studying practice, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, might help you achieve fluency within 1 to 2 years. Immersive learning, where you are exposed to English all day, living in an English-speaking country or working in an English-speaking environment, can cut down this time significantly. 3. Learning environment, immersion. If you immerse yourself in English by living in an English-speaking country or frequently interacting with native speakers, you may reach fluency faster, often in 6 months to 1 year. Non-immersive learning. If you are learning in your home country with limited real-life English interactions, fluency might take longer, between 1.5 to 3 years, depending on your efforts. 4. Your native language. If your native language is linguistically similar to English, such as Dutch or German, you may learn English more quickly. For speakers of languages that are more structurally different from English, like Chinese, Arabic, or Japanese, fluency might take longer, as mastering grammar, pronunciation, and vocabulary will be more challenging. 5. Learning techniques. Using a variety of techniques, like language apps, speaking with native speakers, reading books, watching English media, and practicing speaking daily, can speed up your learning. Consistent use of active learning methods, like speaking and writing, accelerates fluency compared to passive learning, like just reading or watching. 6. Motivation and goals. Learners who have a clear purpose or strong motivation, e.g., career advancement, education, or relocation, tend to learn faster because they remain more dedicated and consistent. 7. Time dedication. Full-time dedication. Studying English several hours a day and immersing yourself in English may result in fluency in 6 months to 1 year. Part-time learners, an hour or 2 per day, might take longer, typically around 1.5 to 2 years or more. General estimates for fluency, basic fluency, achievable within 6 months to 1 year of consistent study and practice, 1 to 2 hours per day, for someone with an intermediate level background. conversational fluency, can be reached in 1 to 2 years for beginners with regular practice. Especially if you're actively speaking with native speakers, full professional fluency may take 2 to 3 years. Depending on your learning intensity and exposure, especially if you aim to master more complex aspects like idiomatic expressions and business English, the key to achieving fluency is regular, meaningful practice and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, especially when it comes to speaking and interacting in English. Here are some effective tips for daily English practice that will help you improve your speaking, listening, reading, and writing skills consistently. 1. Set specific goals. Start small. Set daily or weekly goals, such as learning 10 new words, having a 15-minute conversation, or completing a grammar exercise. Be consistent. Make language practice part of your daily routine, even if it's just 30 minutes a day. Small, consistent practice is more effective than cramming. 2. Practice speaking daily. Talk to yourself. Narrate your daily activities in English. For example, while cooking or commuting, describe what you're doing or thinking. Language partners. Use language exchange apps like HelloTalk, Tandem, or Speaky to practice speaking with native or fluent speakers. You can also join online conversation groups, shadowing, listen to native speakers, in podcasts, movies, or videos, and try to mimic their pronunciation and intonation by repeating their sentences aloud. This helps improve fluency and pronunciation. Record yourself, speak on a topic, record yourself, and then listen to the recording. Analyze your speech for pronunciation, grammar, and clarity. 3. Listen to English content, podcasts and audiobooks. Listen to English podcasts or audiobooks while commuting, exercising, or doing household chores. Start with simple language learning podcasts like The English We Speak and gradually move to native level ones like TED Talks or news programs. Watch TV shows, movies. Watch movies or series with English subtitles to improve both listening and reading comprehension. Afterward, watch the same content without subtitles to test your understanding. Music. Listen to English music and try to understand the lyrics. Singing along can improve your pronunciation and vocabulary. 4. Expand your vocabulary. Use flashcards. Apps like Anki or Quizlet allow you to create digital flashcards to memorize new words. Review them daily and practice using the words in sentences. Learn in context. Rather than memorizing individual words, learn them in sentences. For example, learn phrases or collocations like take a break or make a decision to understand how words are used together. Word of the day. Subscribe to a Word of the Day service from dictionaries like Merriam-Webster or Cambridge and try to use that word in conversations or writing. 5. Immerse yourself in English. Change your devices to English. Set the language on your phone, computer, and social media accounts to English. This forces you to navigate and interact in English daily. Read news and articles. Read short news articles, blog posts, or social media feeds in English. Start with simpler sources like BBC Learning English or graded readers. And then move to more advanced sources like The Guardian or The New York Times. Join English communities. Join online forums or social media groups where English is the main language, e.g., Reddit, Quora, or Facebook groups, and participate in discussions. 6. Focus on grammar, daily grammar exercise. Dedicate 10 to 15 minutes daily to doing a grammar exercise. Websites like English Page or apps like Grammarly offer practice questions for different grammar topics. Learn from mistakes. Keep a notebook where you write down common grammar mistakes you make and work on fixing them. Practice writing. Write short essays, journal entries, or social media posts in English. Pay attention to grammar and sentence structure. You can use online tools like Grammarly to check and correct your writing. 7. Read something every day, books and articles. Read English books or articles that match your level. Gradually challenge yourself with more complex texts, short stories. If long texts are too challenging, start with short stories. Websites like Project Gutenberg or Oxford Bookworms offer simplified English literature. News apps. Install news apps like BBC News, Reuters, or Al Jazeera and read short articles or headlines to stay updated and improve vocabulary. 8. Keep a journal in English, daily writing practice. Write a few sentences about your day, thoughts, or plans in English. This improves your writing skills and helps organize your thoughts in English. Creative writing. Try writing stories, dialogues, or even poetry in English. This can be fun and encourages creativity while developing your language skills. 9. Use English in real-life situations, shopping, travel. Practice speaking English in real-life situations. For example, when traveling or shopping online, use English websites. Try ordering food, booking tickets, or navigating customer service pages in English. Speak with English-speaking colleagues. If you have English-speaking colleagues, try to communicate with them in English regularly. 10. Stay organized. Create a study plan. Break down your language learning goals into weekly and monthly tasks. For example, focus on vocabulary one day, grammar the next, and speaking practice another day. Track progress. Use a notebook or app to track what you've learned, the new words you've mastered, or mistakes you've fixed. This will motivate you and help you stay consistent. 11. Join English courses or classes, online courses. Enroll in online English courses like those offered by Coursera, Udemy, or BBC Learning English. These platforms have structured lessons that help with different aspects of language learning. Language schools or tutors. If possible, take lessons with a professional English tutor either in person or online. Websites like Italki or Preply connect learners with native English-speaking tutors. 12. Use English learning apps. Duolingo, fun and game-like. It's useful for practicing vocabulary in basic sentences. Memrise offers real-life videos of native speakers, helping you improve listening and speaking skills. Babel focuses on conversational English with real-life dialogues. Busuu combines lessons with opportunities to interact with native speakers. 13. Review and reflect regularly. Reflect on progress. Set aside time each week to reflect on what you've learned, what you're struggling with, and where you need to improve. Revise regularly. Regularly review vocabulary and grammar concepts you've previously learned to keep them fresh in your mind. 14. Stay motivated. Celebrate small wins. Reward yourself when you reach a milestone. such as completing a conversation in English or learning a certain number of new words. Stay positive. Learning a language can be challenging, but don't get discouraged by mistakes. They are part of the learning process. Stay engaged. Mix up your study routine with fun activities like watching English movies, playing language games, or reading comics in English to stay interested. By integrating these tips into your daily routine, you'll steadily improve your English language skills and develop the confidence to speak, read, write, and understand English fluently over time. Introduction: Why improving your English accent matters. Accent is not just about how you sound, it is a bridge to better communication. An English accent can affect how clearly you are understood by others, how confident you feel when speaking, and how well you can connect with native speakers. For many non-native English speakers, accent improvement is about reducing misunderstandings and speaking more fluently. It's about refining pronunciation so that your words resonate clearly and naturally with those around you. However, improving your English accent does not mean losing your unique identity or eliminating your native accent. It's more about fine-tuning your pronunciation, stress, and intonation to fit the pattern of the specific English accent you want to adopt. This can increase your chances of success in personal, academic, and professional settings. Types of English accents. English, being a global language, has a rich tapestry of accents depending on the region or country. The most common English accents learners aim to master are General American, GA, the most widely spoken and understood accent in the United States. It is often used in media, politics, and public speaking. British Received Pronunciation, RP, often considered the standard British accent. RP is prestigious, especially in formal and educational settings in the UK. Australian English, recognizable for its unique vowel pronunciations and rising intonation. Australian English is spoken across Australia and can sometimes be challenging for non-native speakers. Your choice of accent will depend on your personal goals, professional needs, and the communities you engage with. Setting realistic goals. Improving your accent is a long-term process. Expecting instant changes or perfect pronunciation can lead to frustration. Your goal should be to make steady, noticeable improvements over time. Breaking down your learning into manageable steps, focusing on one sound, word, or intonation pattern at a time, can lead to gradual but effective improvement. Here are some realistic goals you can set. Improve the clarity of your speech by mastering the pronunciation of 10 common problematic sounds in English, e.g., th, r, and certain vowels. Practice correct intonation and stress for common sentences. Improving conversational fluency. Record yourself daily and analyze the difference in pronunciation after 3 months. Understanding the mechanics of accents, phonetics, and phonology. Accents are all about the sound system of a language, known as phonetics, and the pattern of sounds, or phonology. Every language has its own set of phonetic rules that dictate how words are pronounced, where the stress falls in a sentence, and how intonation rises or falls. In English, mastering the basics of phonetics is key to improving your accent. You don't need to become a linguistic expert, but understanding the role of vowels, consonants, and syllable stress in shaping how words sound is fundamental. vowel and consonant differences. Vowels in English can vary dramatically between accents. Take, for example, the difference between an American pronunciation of cat, short, sharp, and a British RP pronunciation, a more open. Consonants can vary too. For instance, the R sound is pronounced strongly in American English but is often softer or omitted in British RP, especially at the end of words, e.g., car versus CAH. Stress, rhythm, and intonation. English is a stress-timed language, meaning that some syllables are stressed more than others. Knowing where to place the stress is key to sounding natural. For example, in the word photograph, the stress is on the first syllable, while in photographic, the stress shifts to the third syllable. In addition to stress, intonation, the rise and fall of your voice, plays a huge role in shaping how your accent sounds. A rising intonation is often used in questions, while falling intonation is used in statements. Mastering these patterns will help you sound more native. Choosing your target accent. Understanding the major English accents. There are several global English accents, and each offers unique pronunciation patterns. Whether you want to adopt an American, British, or Australian accent, the key is to choose one and focus on mastering its characteristics. American English, General American. The standard American accent is characterized by rhotic pronunciation, pronouncing the R sound in all positions, and vowel shifts, like the in cat, being more open. It's a clear and widely understood accent. British English, RP and others, received pronunciation, RP, is often seen as the standard British accent. It features non-rhotic pronunciation. The R is not pronounced unless followed by a vowel, and unique vowel shifts like the long sound in bath. Australian English. This accent is known for its distinctive vowel sounds, such as a more open in words like day, and its use of a rising intonation even in statements, giving it a sing-song quality. How to pick an accent that suits you. Choosing the right accent for you depends on several factors. Geographical influence. If you're moving to the U.S., an American accent might be more practical. If you plan to work in the UK, a British accent might be ideal. Cultural preferences. Some people are more drawn to specific cultures and find the accent appealing due to their interest in the media, literature, or traditions of that country. Ease of learning. Depending on your native language, certain accents might be easier to adopt. For example, if your language has strong R sounds, the American accent might feel more natural. Phonetic breakdown. Mastering sounds, vowels. Vowel pronunciation is one of the most noticeable differences between accents. Here's how you can practice. Monophthongs. These are single, stable vowel sounds, like the I in bit or the in cat. In different accents, these vowels can be pronounced with a variety of tongue and mouth positions. Practice different vowel placements with audio guides or vowel charts. Diphthongs. These are vowels that start in one position and glide into another, like the AI in buy or the oi in boy. Diphthongs vary widely between accents, so focusing on accent-specific pronunciation is essential. For example, in British English, go has a more rounded sound compared to American English. Consonants, th sounds, theta, the English th sound can be tough for non-native speakers. To produce it, the tongue should touch the teeth lightly. Many accents replace this with a, t, or d sound, common in non-native accents, so focus on ensuring your th is correctly articulated, are sounds, in American English. The r sound is pronounced strongly no matter where it appears in a word. In British RP, the r is typically silent unless it's followed by a vowel. Understanding this distinction can help you sound more authentic in your chosen accent. Diphthongs require careful listening and practice. To pronounce them correctly, you need to be aware of how your mouth shifts from one vowel sound to another. For example, in Australian English, the word go might sound like guy-o, reflecting a wider range of diphthong movement. Nasals and liquids, sounds like m, n, ing are produced with the airflow through the nose, while l, r involve a liquid-like flow of air. These sounds are important in accent work because some accents overemphasize or soften them. For instance, some American accents have a more prominent L sound, while some British accents soften it. Common sound shifts between accents. Certain sound shifts are common between English accents. The T sound can be pronounced sharply, British, or as a soft flap, American. The short in dance is pronounced as a long vowel in British RP but short in American English. By identifying these common shifts, you can practice transforming words from one accent into another. The time it takes to improve your English accent depends on several factors, including your current language skills, the specific accent you're aiming for, the amount of practice you put in, and your natural ability to pick up new sounds. However, with consistent effort, you can expect noticeable improvement within 3 to 6 months. Here's a more detailed breakdown: factors that influence the time to improve your accent. 1. Your starting point, beginner. If you're just starting to learn English or have a strong accent influenced by your native language, it might take longer to make significant changes, usually 6 months to a year of focused practice. Intermediate. If you're already fluent in English but have a noticeable accent, you might start seeing changes within 3 to 6 months of regular practice. Advanced. If you're already familiar with the nuances of the accent you want to adopt, you may improve in just a few months by fine-tuning your pronunciation. 2. Your native language. Some sounds in English might not exist in your native language, making them more difficult to pronounce. For example, native languages with fewer vowel sounds, e.g., Japanese, Spanish, may make English vowel sounds harder to master, which can lengthen the process. Languages with different stress or intonation patterns, like Mandarin, may require more time to adjust to the stress-timed nature of English. 3. Frequency and quality of practice. Consistent, daily practice. Practicing for 15 to 30 minutes a day with focused exercises, like pronunciation drills, listening and repeating native speech, or using accent training apps, can speed up progress. Inconsistent practice. If you only practice occasionally, progress may be slower and harder to maintain. 4. Accent complexity. Some English accents are more complex and require more time to master due to their nuances in vowel shifts, consonant pronunciation, or rhythm. For instance, mastering a British RP accent might require more effort than a general American accent due to its subtle vowel distinctions and non-rhotic features. 5. Professional help versus self-study. With a coach or teacher, working with a speech coach or accent reduction specialist can cut down on the time needed to improve. Coaches can provide immediate feedback and customized exercises, speeding up the process. Self-study, using apps, YouTube tutorials, or practicing on your own can still lead to success but might take longer without professional guidance. 6. Motivation and persistence. A strong motivation to improve your accent, for career reasons, personal goals, or social acceptance, will help you stay focused and persistent. The more motivated you are, the faster you will likely improve. Timeline expectations based on commitment. Short term, 1 to 3 months, you'll become more aware of specific sounds, improve individual vowel and consonant pronunciations, and develop some familiarity with stress and intonation patterns. For instance, you might start pronouncing tricky sounds like th correctly or reduce the influence of your native accent on certain words. Medium term, 3 to 6 months. You'll start noticing a more natural rhythm in your speech, improved intonation, and better consistency across a wider range of sounds. Conversations will flow more smoothly, and others may start noticing the change in your accent. Long term, 6 to 12 months or more, you'll have greater mastery of the accent, with smoother transitions between sounds and more natural stress and intonation patterns. Your accent will likely be more subtle and not interfere with your communication, though it may not be completely indistinguishable from a native speaker's. Tips for accelerating your progress: immerse yourself in the accent, listen to native speakers as much as possible, watch TV shows, movies, podcasts, and music in the accent you want to adopt. Use accent-specific apps. Apps like Elsa Speak or Italki can give you feedback and help you practice specific sounds. Speech shadowing, mimic native speakers in real time by repeating what they say as soon as they say it. This improves pronunciation and rhythm. Record yourself. Frequently record your speech and compare it to native speakers. Identifying areas for improvement. Seek feedback. Ask native speakers or a coach to give you constructive feedback. In summary, with consistent effort, most people can see noticeable improvements in their English accent within 3 to 6 months. However, for more advanced and complete mastery, especially for complex accents, it may take 6 months to a year or more. The key is regular, focused practice combined with listening and mimicking native speakers. Sounding natural in English is not just about pronouncing individual words correctly, it's about capturing the rhythm, stress, and flow of the language. Native speakers often use contractions, linking, intonation patterns, and stress certain syllables or words to create a smooth, natural sound. Here's a guide to help you sound more natural when speaking English. 1. Master rhythm and intonation. English is a stress-timed language. In English, some syllables are stressed while others are unstressed, which creates a unique rhythm. The length of time between stressed syllables tends to be roughly the same, even if the number of unstressed syllables varies. To sound more natural, practice word stress. Make sure you emphasize the correct syllables in words. For example, photo versus photograph versus photographic. Incorrect stress can make you sound unnatural. Practice sentence stress. In a sentence, not all words are equally important. Content words, nouns, verbs, adjectives, are usually stressed, while function words, prepositions, articles, auxiliary verbs, are usually unstressed. For example, in she's going to the store, going and store are stressed. Intonation, rise and fall of the voice. Natural English has varying pitch patterns, and learning when your voice should rise or fall is key to sounding natural. Rising intonation. Questions often have a rising pitch, especially yes, no questions, e.g., are you coming? Falling intonation. Statements or WH questions often end with a falling pitch, e.g., what are you doing? Tip: listen to native speakers and imitate their intonation. Record yourself and compare the pitch movements to theirs. 2. Use contractions and reduced forms. Native speakers often shorten phrases by using contractions or reduced forms of words. Contractions. These are used frequently in everyday conversation. For example, I am becomes I'm, they have becomes they've, he will becomes he'll. Reduced forms. Many words get squished in natural speech. Some common examples include, want to becomes wanna, going to becomes gonna, got to becomes gotta. Practice using contractions and reduced forms to match how native speakers communicate in casual settings. 3. Linking sounds together. In natural English, words often connect or link together, especially in fast speech. Mastering this will help you sound more fluent and less robotic. Consonant to vowel linking. When a word ends in a consonant sound and the next word starts with a vowel sound, the two words connect. For example, take it sounds like take-ite, pick up sounds like pickup. Vowel to vowel linking. When one word ends in a vowel sound and the next starts with a vowel, native speakers often add a slight glide, like a W or Y sound, to link them smoothly. I am sounds like I am, go out sounds like go W out, dropping or weakening sounds. In fast speech, some sounds may be dropped or become less pronounced. Give me becomes gimme, what do you becomes wadaya. 4. Practice. Fluency. Speak in phrases, not individual words. Native speakers don't pronounce each word individually. Instead, they speak in chunks or thought groups. To sound natural, group words into phrases. Instead of pausing between every word, pause between thought groups or phrases. For example, unnatural, I am going to store. Natural, I'm going to the store. Tip: practice reading sentences aloud in one smooth phrase rather than word by word. This will help you develop fluency and a more natural flow. 5. Avoid overpronouncing every word. While it's important to speak clearly, overpronunciation can make your speech sound stiff and unnatural. Native speakers tend to relax certain sounds, particularly in casual conversations. For example, can you help me? Might sound like can you help me? I'm going to the store could sound like I'm going to the store. Focus on reducing some of the less important syllables and using contractions to keep a natural pace. 6. Learn and use common idioms and expressions. Native speakers use idioms, slang, and expressions that are often difficult for non-native speakers. Learning some of these can help you sound more natural in conversations. Examples of idioms: piece of cake, something easy, break the ice, start a conversation. Examples of casual expressions: instead of how are you, you might say what's up, or how's it going. Using idiomatic language appropriately will make you sound more fluent and comfortable in informal settings. 7. Work on pronunciation of common sounds. Certain sounds are crucial to sounding natural in English. Here are some key ones to practice. TH sound, theta. Many non-native speakers replace the TH sound with an S or D, but this sound is important in English. Practice words like think and this with the correct tongue placement. Flap, T sound, in American English. The T between two vowels often sounds like a quick D. For example, water sounds like water, better sounds like better. Vowel sounds. English has many vowel sounds that vary across accents. Focus on mastering the common vowel sounds in your target accent. For example, the sound in cat versus car differs between American and British accents. 8. Engage in conversations with native speakers. The best way to sound natural is by interacting with native speakers. You'll not only improve your pronunciation but also learn how to respond naturally in different contexts. Language exchange platforms. Apps like Tandem or HelloTalk allow you to practice speaking with native speakers. Voice and video calls. When speaking with others, pay attention to how they form sentences, their intonation, and how they link words together. Imitate them as closely as possible. 9. Record yourself and get feedback. Recording your voice can be incredibly helpful for noticing areas where you might sound unnatural. Compare with native speakers. Listen to recordings of native speakers, then record yourself saying the same sentences. Compare the pronunciation, rhythm, and flow. Get feedback. Ask native speakers or language tutors to give you feedback on your accent, pronunciation, and overall fluency. Apps like Elsa Speak can also provide detailed feedback on your pronunciation. 10. Embrace confidence and relaxation. Lastly, to sound natural, you need to speak with confidence. If you're overly focused on getting every sound perfect, you might come across as stiff or hesitant. Relax, and don't be afraid of making small mistakes. Fluency often involves being able to express yourself freely rather than perfectly. Relax your body and face. Tension can affect how you sound. Loosen your jaw and face muscles to allow for smoother, more natural speech. Confidence in communication. Sounding natural is more about comfort than perfection. When you're comfortable speaking, you'll sound more like a native speaker naturally. By focusing on the rhythm of English, using contractions, linking words, and practicing regularly with native speakers, you'll gradually start sounding more natural. Consistency and immersion are key, and over time, you'll gain the ability to speak fluently and effortlessly. Here are some key tips to improve your accent in English, regardless of whether you're aiming for a specific accent like American, British, or Australian. 1. Choose your target accent. The first step in accent training is deciding which accent you want to adopt. English has many accents, including American, British, RP, Australian, Irish, Canadian, and South African. Each has its unique sounds, intonation, and rhythm. Once you've chosen your target accent, you can focus on the specific sounds and features of that accent. Tip: pick one accent and stick to it consistently, as mixing accents can lead to confusion and make your speech sound less natural. 2. Listen actively. Immerse yourself in the accent by listening to native speakers as much as possible. Watching TV shows, movies, and listening to podcasts in your target accent will help you pick up the natural rhythm and intonation. Tips: American accent. Watch shows like Friends, How I Met Your Mother, or The Office. British RP accent. Watch BBC News, The Crown, or Downton Abbey. Australian accent. Watch Home and Away or Neighbours. 3. Mimic and imitate. Speech shadowing is a powerful technique for improving your accent. Listen to a sentence spoken in your target accent, then immediately repeat it, trying to mimic the rhythm, pitch, and pronunciation as closely as possible. Tips: use short clips or audio recordings to focus on a few sentences at a time. Pay attention to where native speakers place stress and how they link words together. 4. Master the sounds of your target accent. Different accents have distinct vowel and consonant sounds. Here are some key features of common English accents. American accent. Pronounce the R sound strongly in all positions. Rhotic accent. For example, in words like car and water, you should pronounce the R. Use the flat sound in words like cat and map. The T between vowels often becomes a D sound, so butter sounds like buttier. British RP accent. The R sound is often silent when it appears at the end of a word, non-rhotic. For example, car is pronounced like CAH. Short sounds, as in bath or dance, are pronounced with a long sound, bath or dance. Vowel sounds are often more rounded, and you'll hear clear distinctions between long and short vowels. Australian accent. Vowel sounds are often broader, especially diphthongs. For example, go might sound more like guy-o. The R is generally silent unless followed by a vowel. Tip: focus on the specific sounds that are different from your native language, and practice them in isolation before integrating them into full sentences. 5. Practice vowel and consonant sounds. Each accent has distinct vowel and consonant pronunciations. Focus on perfecting these. TH sound. Non-native speakers often struggle with the TH sounds, theta, as in think, and as in this. Make sure your tongue touches the tip of your upper teeth when making these sounds. Don't replace TH with S or D. Vowel length. English has many long and short vowel sounds. Practice distinguishing between them, such as in ship versus sheep or bit versus beat. Schwa sound. The schwa is the most common sound in English. It's an unstressed, neutral sound often found in words like sofa or in the second syllable of teacher. Learning to use the schwa naturally will make your speech sound more fluent. 6. Focus on intonation and stress. Every language has a unique melody or intonation pattern, and this is true for English accents as well. Pay attention to where native speakers raise and lower their pitch. In English, statements often end with a falling intonation. I'm going to the store. Yes, no questions usually end with a rising intonation. Are you coming? Additionally, English is a stress-timed language, meaning that certain syllables in a sentence are stressed while others are unstressed. Learning how to stress the right syllables and words will make your speech sound more natural. Tip: practice stressing content words, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and lightly touching function words, articles, prepositions, etc. 7. Use contractions and linking. Native speakers frequently use contractions and link words together, which makes their speech sound faster and more fluid. Contractions. Use contractions like I'm for I am or she'll for she will. Linking words. Words often flow together in natural speech. For example, can I becomes can I, and do becomes dia. Tip: practice reading aloud using contractions and linked words. Try to minimize pauses between words to create smoother sentences. 8. Record yourself. Recording yourself speaking in your target accent is one of the best ways to track your progress. Listen back to identify where you might be mispronouncing sounds, where your rhythm is off, or where your intonation doesn't match native speakers. Tip: compare your recordings to those of native speakers. Try imitating the rhythm, stress, and intonation patterns as closely as possible. 9. Use accent training apps. Several apps and online resources can provide structured practice to improve your accent. Elsa Speak helps with pronunciation and gives real-time feedback on specific sounds. Forvo provides native speaker pronunciations of words and phrases. Italki connects you with native speakers for accent practice in real conversations. Tip: dedicate at least 15 to 30 minutes a day to using these tools for consistent improvement. 10. Get feedback from native speakers. Engaging in real conversations with native speakers is one of the most effective ways to refine your accent. Native speakers can give you immediate feedback on your pronunciation and suggest ways to sound more natural. Tip: use platforms like HelloTalk or Tandem to connect with native speakers, or consider taking lessons from a native English tutor. 11. Practice daily and be patient. Improving your accent takes time, consistency, and patience. Daily practice, even if it's just for 15 to 20 minutes, will bring gradual improvements. Don't get discouraged if progress seems slow. It's normal for accent development to take months or even a year or more, depending on your starting point and the complexity of the accent. Additional accent tips for specific English accents. American accent tips. Master the flap T. In American English, the T sound between vowels often turns into a soft D sound. For example, water sounds like water. Pronounce the R sound. American English is rhotic, meaning the R sound is pronounced clearly in all positions, like in words such as car or bird, open vowels. American English often uses a broader range of open vowels, so focus on opening your mouth wider, especially for vowels like, in words like cat or hat. British RP, accent tips, silent R. In received pronunciation, RP, the R at the end of words is silent unless followed by a vowel. For example, car becomes CAH. T sound, unlike American English, the T is pronounced crisply in British accents. Better is pronounced with a clear T, like better. Round your vowels. British RP tends to have rounded vowels. Especially in words like thought or caught, which are pronounced with a rounded sound. Australian accent tips, diphthongs. Australian English has some unique diphthongs, vowel combinations. For example, mate might sound like might and no might sound like now. Non-rhotic, like British RP, Australian English is non-rhotic, meaning the R is often silent unless followed by a vowel. Vowel reduction. Australians often reduce vowels in unstressed syllables, making words like today sound more like today. By focusing on these accent-specific techniques and following the tips above, you'll be able to improve your English accent and sound more natural and confident in your chosen accent. Practicing your English accent daily is key to seeing significant improvement. Consistency is more important than long practice sessions, so aim for 15 to 30 minutes a day to build strong habits. Here's a step-by-step guide on how you can structure your daily practice to effectively improve your accent. 1. Set clear goals. Start by defining specific goals for your accent practice. These might include mastering difficult sounds, e.g., the TH sound or American R, improving intonation and stress patterns. Reducing your native accent's influence, perfecting vowel and consonant sounds for your target accent, e.g., British RP, American, Australian. Each practice session can focus on one or two of these goals. 2. Warm up your mouth and voice. Before diving into accent-specific practice, warm up your mouth and voice. This helps with articulation and fluency. You can stretch your lips by smiling wide and then relaxing. Loosen your tongue with quick, light movements. Move it side to side, or flick it against the roof of your mouth. Hum softly to warm up your vocal cords, ensuring your voice is relaxed and ready for speaking. Time: 2 to 3 minutes. 3. Practice target sounds. Focus on one or two challenging sounds in your target accent each day. For example, American accent. Practice rhotic R sounds in words like car, bird, teacher, or the flap T in words like water, butter. British RP accent. Focus on pronouncing the T sound clearly in better, or mastering the long sound in bath, dance. Australian accent. Practice diphthongs in words like mate, go, or reducing vowels in words like today. Listen to native speakers. Use resources like YouTube, Forvo, or accent training apps to hear native speakers pronounce words with your target sounds. Mimic the sounds. Repeat the sounds several times, focusing on getting your mouth, tongue, and lips in the correct position. Record yourself to ensure accuracy. Word practice. Incorporate these sounds into words, paying attention to how they blend with other sounds. Time, 5 to 10 minutes. For sentence and phrase drills, move on to practicing sentences and phrases that feature your target sounds or mimic the natural rhythm and intonation of your chosen accent. Use speech shadowing. Listen to native speakers and repeat exactly what they say, mimicking their pronunciation, rhythm, and intonation. Choose short clips from movies, interviews, or news segments. Focus on linking. Practice linking words naturally. For example, say "Can I help you?" as "Can I help ya?" Use sentence stress. Emphasize content words, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and de-emphasize function words, prepositions, articles. Tip: try using apps like Elsa Speak or Youglish to practice common phrases in your target accent and get feedback. Time, 5 to 10 minutes. 5. Reading aloud. Read aloud every day using materials that match your level and accent goals, textbooks or articles. Choose a text with vocabulary at your level and read it aloud, focusing on the rhythm, intonation, and pronunciation of each word. Dialogues or scripts. If you want to work on conversational English, read dialogues from movie scripts, plays, or TV shows. This can help you practice the natural flow of sentences and casual conversation. Children's books. If you're just starting, children's books can provide clear, simple sentences to help with basic pronunciation. Tip: record yourself while reading aloud, and compare it to native speaker recordings, e.g., audiobooks, YouTube videos. Focus on matching their flow, stress, and intonation. Time, 5 to 10 minutes. 6. Engage in conversations. Speaking with native speakers or language partners is one of the best ways to improve your accent. Use platforms like Tandem or HelloTalk. These apps connect you with native speakers for language exchange and provide daily conversation practice. Italki offers one-on-one lessons with native speakers who can give you specific feedback on your accent. Practice tip: during conversations, focus on using contractions and connected speech, e.g., "I'm gonna" instead of "I am going to." Applying what you've practiced in terms of intonation, rhythm, and stress. Asking for feedback on your accent and identifying areas for improvement. Time, 10 to 15 minutes, if possible. Daily. 7. Use accent training apps. There are several apps designed specifically to help you improve your accent. Elsa Speak gives you feedback on your pronunciation, helping you master tricky sounds and phrases. Forvo lets you hear native speakers pronounce individual words, which you can imitate and practice. Speechling allows you to record your voice and get feedback from coaches on your pronunciation. Tip: use these apps for 5 to 10 minutes daily to reinforce your accent training with immediate feedback. 8. Imitate native speakers. Pick a native speaker whose accent you admire and imitate them. You can choose a famous actor, news anchor, or YouTuber, depending on the accent you want to adopt. Watch videos of them speaking and try to copy their tone, pitch, and rhythm. Speech shadowing. Repeat what they say as soon as they say it. Phrase mimicking. Copy not just their words, but how they say them. Pay attention to their stress patterns, intonation, and how they link words. Time, 5 to 10 minutes. 9. Record yourself regularly. Recording your progress is essential for self-assessment. Choose a passage or a set of phrases that you will record regularly. Record yourself speaking in your target accent. Compare the recordings over time to notice improvements or areas that still need work. Tip: use these recordings to evaluate how natural your speech sounds. Share them with a native speaker or coach for feedback. Time: 3 to 5 minutes. 10. Review and correct. At the end of each practice session, listen to your recordings and identify areas that need improvement, e.g., a specific vowel sound or intonation pattern. Write down 2 to 3 things you will work on the next day. This ensures that you focus on continuous improvement. Time: 3 to 5 minutes. Example: daily practice routine, 30 minutes. Warm-up, 2 minutes of mouth and voice exercises. Target sounds practice, 8 minutes focusing on specific difficult sounds, e.g., the th sound, r sound, or vowel shifts. Sentence drills, 8 minutes of shadowing native speakers and practicing common sentences and phrases. Reading aloud, 5 minutes reading a text or dialogue aloud, focusing on accent features. Conversation practice, 5 to 10 minutes speaking with a language partner or using an accent app to practice in context. Review, 2 minutes listening to your recordings and setting goals for the next day. Additional tips for daily practice: use downtime. Practice during your commute, while cooking, or in the shower by listening to native speakers or repeating sentences. Mix it up. Vary your practice materials, podcasts, YouTube videos, apps, books, to keep things interesting and expose yourself to different contexts. Track progress. Keep a journal of what you practiced each day and note any improvements or challenges. This helps you stay motivated and focused on continuous improvement. By incorporating these daily practices into your routine, you'll steadily improve your accent and sound more natural when speaking English. A day in the life of Emma. Hello, and welcome to today's English learning video. We will be telling an expanded version of a day in the life of Emma. As you listen, try to follow along with the story, learn new words, and repeat sentences when asked. This will help you practice English and improve your listening skills. Let's begin the story. Emma is 25 years old, and she lives in a small but comfortable apartment in a quiet town. Every morning, she starts her day by waking up early. The sun rises through the curtains, casting a soft light into her room. Today, the alarm rings at exactly 7 o'clock. Emma opens her eyes, stretches her arms above her head, and takes a deep breath. The weather outside looks sunny and calm. It seems like a good day ahead. Emma slowly gets out of bed and walks to the bathroom. She brushes her teeth, making sure to brush for 2 minutes. Brushing your teeth for 2 minutes is important to keep them clean and healthy. After brushing her teeth, she washes her face with cold water. The cold water feels refreshing and helps her wake up. She feels more alert and ready for the day. Let's pause for a moment. I want you to repeat some sentences after me. Emma wakes up early. She brushes her teeth for 2 minutes. Cold water helps her wake up. Great. Let's continue the story. After washing her face, Emma combs her hair. She has brown hair, and she likes to keep it neat. She combs it gently, making sure it looks smooth and tidy. Once her hair is ready, Emma walks to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Breakfast is her favorite meal of the day because it gives her energy for the rest of the day. Today, she decides to have a healthy breakfast. She takes 2 slices of bread and puts them in the toaster. While the bread is toasting, Emma takes out a pan and cooks 2 eggs. She likes her eggs sunny side up, with the yolk in the center. The eggs sizzle in the pan as they cook, and the smell of the eggs fills the kitchen. Emma also pours herself a glass of orange juice. Orange juice is full of vitamins, especially vitamin C, which is good for her health. Soon, her breakfast is ready. Emma sits at the table and enjoys her meal. The toast is crispy, and the eggs are perfectly cooked. She eats slowly, enjoying every bite. After breakfast, Emma drinks a cup of coffee. She likes her coffee with a little milk and no sugar. Now, let's practice again. Repeat after me. Emma eats toast and eggs for breakfast. She drinks orange juice. She likes her coffee with milk and no sugar. Good. You're doing great. Now, let's continue with Emma's day. It's now 8 o'clock, and Emma has to get ready for work. She is a teacher at a local school. She teaches young children, and she loves her job because every day is different and exciting. Emma walks to her bedroom to choose her clothes for the day. She opens her closet and looks at her options. She decides to wear a white shirt with blue jeans today. It is a simple, comfortable outfit, perfect for teaching. After getting dressed, Emma puts on her shoes. Today, she wears her favorite black shoes, which are comfortable for walking. Emma always walks to the bus stop, so comfortable shoes are important. Before leaving, she checks her bag to make sure she has everything she needs for the day. She puts in her lesson plans, a notebook, some pens, and her lunch, which she prepared the night before. Emma likes to stay organized, so she always makes sure her bag is ready. At 8:15, Emma leaves her apartment and starts walking to the bus stop. The bus stop is just a few minutes away from her home. As she walks, Emma notices how beautiful the morning is. The sky is clear, and the air feels fresh. She hears the birds singing in the trees. The town is still quiet because it's early, and most people are just starting their day. Let's pause again. Repeat these sentences after me. Emma teaches young children. She wears a white shirt and blue jeans. Emma walks to the bus stop. Good job. Let's continue. When Emma arrives at the bus stop, she sees a few other people waiting. There is an elderly woman with a small dog, a man in a suit who looks like he's going to work, and a young mother with her child in a stroller. Emma smiles at them, but she doesn't know their names. She sees them every morning because they all take the same bus. The bus arrives right on time at 8:20. Emma gets on the bus and says good morning to the bus driver. The bus driver is friendly and smiles back at her. Emma finds a seat by the window and sits down. She likes to sit by the window so she can watch the city as the bus moves. The bus ride takes about 20 minutes, so Emma often uses this time to think about her day or plan her lessons. As the bus drives through the town, Emma sees the same familiar places: a small park where people like to walk their dogs, a bakery with fresh bread in the window, and a bookstore that has been in the town for many years. The bus passes by the main street with all the shops, and Emma notices a new cafe has opened. She thinks about trying it one day when she has some free time to practice again. Repeat after me. Emma takes the bus every day. She likes to sit by the window. The bus passes by the park. Bakery and bookstore. Excellent. Let's keep going with the story. After 20 minutes, Emma arrives at the school. She gets off the bus and walks into the school building. The school is big, with many classrooms and a large playground where the children play during breaks. Emma teaches in one of the classrooms on the first floor. She walks into her classroom and sees her students already waiting for her. "Good morning, Miss Emma," the children say together when they see her. Emma smiles and says, "Good morning, everyone." There are 15 students in Emma's class, and they are all between 7 and 8 years old. Emma loves teaching children because they are always curious and excited to learn. Today, Emma starts the day with an English lesson. She writes some new words on the board: apple, banana, orange, and grape. These are words for fruits, and Emma's students are learning how to say and write them. She points to each word and says it out loud. The students repeat after her: apple, banana, orange, grape. Emma makes sure that each student says the words correctly. Then, she asks the class, "What is your favorite fruit?" One student raises her hand and says, "My favorite fruit is an apple." Another student says, "I like oranges." Emma is happy to see her students participating in the lesson. After the English lesson, it is time for math. Today, Emma is teaching her students how to add and subtract numbers. She writes a simple math problem on the board: 2 equals. She asks the class, who knows the answer. Many students raise their hands. Emma points to one student, who answers, 4. Emma smiles and says, "That's correct. Let's take a break to practice what we just learned." Repeat after me. Emma teaches English and math. The students learn new words. They practice adding numbers. Fantastic. Let's continue with more of Emma's day. After the math lesson, it's time for a short break. The children go outside to play on the playground. Some children run around, playing tag, while others swing on the swings. Emma watches from the window, making sure everyone is safe. She remembers when she was a child, and she used to play games during school breaks too. Watching the children play brings back happy memories. At 12 o'clock, it's lunchtime. Emma goes to the teacher's room, where she eats her lunch. Today, she brought a sandwich, an apple, and a bottle of water. As she eats, Emma talks to her friend Sarah, who is also a teacher at the school. Sarah teaches science and history. How is your day going? Sarah asks, "It's going well, Emma replies. The students are learning a lot today. Sarah smiles and says, That's great. I'm teaching about animals today, and the kids are really excited. Emma and Sarah talk for a few more minutes, and then it's time to go back to class, time to practice again. Repeat after me. The children play outside during the break. Emma eats a sandwich for lunch. Sarah teaches science and history. You're doing great. Let's keep going. In the afternoon, Emma has an art lesson with her students. Art is one of the students' favorite subjects because they get to be creative. Today, they are going to draw pictures of animals. Emma gives each student a piece of paper and some crayons. She asks them to draw their favorite animals. The children are excited and start drawing right away. Some students draw lions, tigers, and elephants. Others draw dogs, cats, and birds. One student even draws a dolphin swimming in the ocean. As Emma walks around the room, she looks at each drawing and says, Good job. Or that looks great. After art class. It's almost time for the school day to end. Emma asks the students to clean up their desks and put away the crayons. The students work together to make the classroom tidy again. At 3 o'clock, the school bell rings. The students say, Goodbye, Miss Emma, and run outside to meet their parents. Emma waves goodbye to them and smiles. She feels proud of her students for working hard and learning new things. Let's practice a bit more. Repeat after me. The students draw pictures of animals. Emma says, Good job. The school day ends at 3 o'clock. Great work. Now, let's see what happens after school. After all the students have left, Emma stays at school for a little while longer. She cleans the classroom and organizes her desk. Then, she prepares her lessons for the next day. Tomorrow, she will teach a new English lesson and continue with math problems. Emma likes to stay organized, so she always plans ahead. By 4 o'clock, Emma is ready to leave the school. She walks to the bus stop and waits for the bus. The sun is starting to set, and the sky is turning orange and pink. Emma enjoys the peacefulness of the evening. When the bus arrives, she gets on and sits by the window again. As the bus moves through the town, Emma thinks about her day. It was a busy day, but it was also a good day. She feels happy knowing that her students are learning and growing. She also looks forward to having some time to relax when she gets home. Let's pause one more time to practice. Repeat after me. Emma cleans the classroom after school. She prepares her lessons for the next day. Emma takes the bus home in the evening. Well done. Let's finish the story. When Emma gets home, she takes off her shoes and sits on the sofa. She feels tired after a long day, but she is also proud of the work she did. Emma takes a few minutes to relax. She turns on the television and watches a little bit of her favorite show. After resting, Emma goes to the kitchen to make dinner. Tonight, she is cooking pasta with tomato sauce. It's one of her favorite meals because it's simple and delicious. She boils the pasta in a pot of water and heats the tomato sauce in a pan. After a few minutes, dinner is ready. Emma eats her meal and enjoys the quiet time. Once dinner is finished, Emma washes the dishes and cleans the kitchen. She likes to keep her home neat and tidy. After cleaning, Emma sits down with a book. She enjoys reading before bed because it helps her relax. Tonight, she is reading a book about travel. The book describes different places around the world, and Emma dreams of visiting some of these places one day. At 9 o'clock, it's time for bed. Emma brushes her teeth, washes her face, and changes into her pajamas. She gets into bed and thinks about her day. It was a busy but rewarding day. She feels thankful for her students, her friends, and the work she gets to do every day. Soon, she closes her eyes and falls asleep, ready to wake up and start another day tomorrow. Thank you for listening to Emma's busy day. Now, let's review some of the new words and sentences we learned today. Repeat after me: breakfast, bus stop, teacher, classroom, students, lesson, playground, dinner, sleep, excellent. Keep practicing, and your English will improve every day. The alarm rings at 7 o'clock. Emma opens her eyes, stretches her arms, and yawns. She feels well rested and ready to start her day. Emma, to herself, smiling, "Good morning, Emma. Let's make this a productive day." Emma gets out of bed and heads to the bathroom. She looks in the mirror, brushes her teeth, and washes her face with cold water. After she's finished, she grabs a brush and starts combing her hair. Her long brown hair is neat and smooth, just the way she likes it. Next, Emma walks into the kitchen to make breakfast. Today, she feels like having a simple meal: toast with eggs and a glass of orange juice. She takes 2 slices of bread and puts them in the toaster. While the bread is toasting, she cracks 2 eggs into a pan. Emma, to herself, humming, "These eggs look perfect today. Breakfast is the best part of my morning." The eggs sizzle in the pan, and the kitchen fills with the delicious smell of cooking food. Once everything is ready, Emma sits at the table and enjoys her breakfast slowly. She takes her time, knowing it will give her the energy she needs for the busy day ahead. After finishing her meal, she pours herself a cup of coffee. Emma prefers her coffee with a little milk and no sugar, just the way she likes it. Emma, to herself, sipping coffee, that's good. Now, time to get ready for work. Getting ready for work. It's now 8 o'clock, and Emma needs to get ready for her job as a teacher at the local school. She walks back to her bedroom to choose her outfit for the day. Emma enjoys wearing comfortable yet stylish clothes, especially when she's teaching. She opens her closet and pulls out a white blouse and a pair of blue jeans. She also chooses her favorite black shoes because they're comfortable for walking. Once dressed, Emma checks her bag to make sure she has everything she needs for the day: lesson plans, notebooks, pens, and her lunch, which she packed the night before. She is very organized and likes to make sure she's prepared. At 8:15, Emma leaves her apartment and walks to the bus stop. On her way, she passes a small bakery where the smell of fresh bread drifts through the air. Emma thinks about stopping for a pastry one morning, but today she has no time. She arrives at the bus stop, where a few other people are waiting. Emma sees an elderly woman sitting on a bench, and next to her is a young man wearing a suit, looking at his phone. Emma smiles at them politely. Emma, to the elderly woman, "Good morning. The weather is nice today, isn't it?" Elderly woman, "Oh yes, dear. It's much warmer than yesterday. Perfect for a walk later." Emma, "Absolutely. Have a lovely day." Emma stands by the bus stop, and soon the bus arrives. She gets on and greets the bus driver with a smile. Emma, to the bus driver, "Good morning, bus driver." "Good morning, miss. Off to work?" Emma, "Yes, another day of teaching." "Hope your day goes well." Emma takes a seat by the window, her favorite spot. As the bus moves through the streets of the town, Emma looks outside and watches the buildings and trees pass by. She enjoys the peaceful moments on the bus, which give her time to think and relax before the school day begins. Arriving at school, after a 20-minute ride, Emma arrives at her school. She gets off the bus and walks toward the entrance, where she sees some of her students already playing in the schoolyard. They wave excitedly when they see her. Students, cheerfully. "Good morning, Miss Emma." Emma, smiling, waving back, "Good morning, everyone. I'll see you in class soon." Emma walks into the school building and heads to her classroom. She loves the energy of the school in the morning, the sound of children talking, laughing, and preparing for the day. Inside her classroom, she takes a moment to organize her desk and prepare for the first lesson. At 9 o'clock sharp, her students file into the classroom and take their seats. Emma greets them warmly. Emma, to the class, "Good morning, class. How is everyone today?" Students, in unison, "Good morning, Miss Emma." "We're ready." Emma, laughing, "That's great to hear. Let's start with our English lesson today." English class. Today's English lesson is about learning new vocabulary related to fruits. Emma writes 4 words on the board: apple, banana, orange, and grape. She points to each word and says it out loud, encouraging the students to repeat after her. Emma, pointing to the board, "Everyone, repeat after me: apple." Students, together, apple. Emma, banana. Students, banana. Emma, orange. Students, orange. Emma, and grape. Students, grape. Once the students have practiced saying the words, Emma holds up pictures of the fruits and asks them to name each one. Emma, holding up a picture of an apple, "What is this?" Student 1, raising her hand, "It's an apple, Miss Emma." Emma, nodding, "That's correct. Very good. And what about this one?" She holds up a picture of a banana. Student 2, enthusiastically, "A banana." Emma, "Yes, excellent. You're all doing a great job." After practicing the words, Emma asks the students a fun question. Emma, "Now, who can tell me what your favorite fruit is?" "Let's start with you, Sarah." Sarah, smiling shyly, My favorite fruit is an orange. Emma, very nice. Sarah. What about you, Tom? Tom, excited. I love bananas. Emma, laughing. Bananas are great. Who else? Several more students eagerly raised their hands to share their favorite fruits. And Emma listens to each of them with interest. Math class, after the English lesson, it's time for math. Today, the class is learning about basic addition and subtraction. Emma writes some problems on the board, starting with a simple one, 2 equals. Emma, pointing to the problem, who can tell me the answer to this problem? Student 3, raising his hand excitedly, it's 4, Miss Emma. Emma, smiling, that's right. Good job. Now, what about this one? She writes 5 to 3 equals. On the board, student 4, thinking for a moment, is it 2? Emma, yes, very good. You're all doing so well today. The students continue solving problems, and Emma walks around the classroom, offering help and encouragement to those who need it. Lunch break and chatting with colleagues. At noon, the bell rings, signaling the start of lunchtime. The students leave the classroom to eat their lunches in the cafeteria, and Emma heads to the teacher's room, where she meets her colleague Sarah. Sarah, smiling as Emma enters the room, hey, Emma. How's your day going so far? Emma, sitting down and unpacking her lunch, it's going great. The kids are really getting the hang of their new vocabulary words. Sarah, that's awesome. I've got a science experiment with my class this afternoon. They're so excited. Emma, that sounds fun. What are you doing? Sarah, enthusiastically, we're learning about how plants grow, so we're planting seeds. The kids are going to water them and watch them grow over the next few weeks. Emma, nodding, that sounds like a fantastic lesson. I'm sure they'll love it. The two teachers enjoy their lunch together, chatting about their students, their lessons, and their weekend plans. After finishing her sandwich and apple, Emma checks the time. Emma, well, I'd better get back. I've got an art lesson with my class next. We will continue the story of a day in the life of Emma in next video.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk to you about how to speak to people in English. Speaking English can feel hard at first, but with practice you can get better. The key is to start with simple words and sentences. Don't worry about making mistakes. It's normal to make mistakes when you are learning something new. The most important thing is to try. When you talk to someone in English, start with a smile. A smile shows that you are friendly and that you want to talk. Smiling can help you feel more relaxed, and it makes the other person feel comfortable too. It's always a good idea to be polite. Politeness helps you to make a good impression, and people will be happy to talk to you. When you meet someone for the first time, you can start by saying hello or hi. These are very common greetings. After that, you can ask, how are you? This is a simple way to show that you care about how the other person is feeling. They may reply with, I'm fine, thank you, or I'm good. After they answer, it's nice to say, and you? This shows that you are interested in how they feel too. If you want to keep the conversation going, you can ask simple questions. For example, you can ask, what's your name? Or, where are you from? People like to talk about themselves, and these questions are a good way to learn more about them. Asking questions also helps you to keep talking without feeling nervous. Another good question is, what do you do? This means you are asking about the other person's job or what they study. They might say "Moja adu." I am a student, or I work in a store. You can then ask, do you like your job? Or what do you study? These are easy questions, and they help you learn more about the other person. When someone asks you a question, remember to answer with a short, simple sentence. For example, if they ask, where are you from? You can say, I am from Japan, or I am from Brazil. After answering, you can ask the same question back to them. You could say, and you, where are you from? This keeps the conversation moving. Sometimes it's good to talk about the weather. The weather is a topic everyone can talk about. You can say, it's a nice day, or it's very cold today. The other person might agree with you, and then you can continue talking. If they say something about the weather, try to respond with a simple sentence. For example, if they say, it's hot today, you can reply, yes, it is. If you want to talk about your interests, you can use simple phrases like, I like music, or I like to play soccer. If the other person also likes music or soccer, you can talk more about it. You can ask, what music do you like? Or, do you play soccer? Talking about hobbies is a great way to make friends and keep a conversation going. When you are talking to someone, it's important to listen carefully. Listening is just as important as speaking. If you don't understand something, it's okay to ask them to repeat. You can say, can you say that again, please? Or, sorry, I didn't understand. People will not mind if you ask them to repeat. They know you are learning, and they will be happy to help. If you don't know how to say something, try to use simple words. You don't need to use difficult words when you are learning. For example, if you don't know the word for delicious, you can say, the food is very good. People will still understand what you mean. It's okay to keep things simple when you are learning. Also, don't be afraid of silence. Sometimes when you are talking, there might be a short pause. This is normal, and it gives you time to think. You don't have to rush when you are speaking. Take your time and try to say what you want. The other person will wait for you, and they will understand that you are learning. If you are not sure how to end a conversation, you can say, it was nice talking to you, or I have to go now. These are polite ways to end a conversation. You can also say, see you later, or goodbye before you leave. If you are talking to someone new, this will leave a good impression. It's a good idea to practice speaking English as much as you can. The more you practice, the easier it will become. Try to find people who also want to learn English, and you can practice together. You can also practice by listening to English videos or songs. This will help you hear how words are pronounced, and you can try to say them too. When you are talking to people, don't worry if you don't know all the words. You don't need a big vocabulary to start speaking English. Even if you know only a few words, you can still have a conversation. Start with what you know, and slowly, you will learn more words as you keep practicing. Remember, the more you speak, the more confident you will become. At first, you may feel shy or nervous, but that's okay. Everyone feels that way when they are learning a new language. Just keep trying, and little by little you will improve. Don't give up! In the end, speaking English is all about communication. It's not about being perfect. It's about being able to talk to others and share your ideas. People will understand that you are learning, and they will appreciate your efforts. So be patient with yourself and keep practicing. With time, you will become better at speaking English, and it will become more natural for you. Now, let's talk about how to keep a conversation going in English. When you are speaking to someone, it's important to ask questions. Questions help the conversation continue. They also show that you are interested in the other person. Asking questions is easy when you use simple words. For example, you can ask, do you like coffee? Or, do you have a pet? These are easy questions that anyone can answer. The other person might say, yes, I like coffee, or No, I don't have a pet. You can then say something like, I like coffee too, or I have a dog. This helps you share something about yourself, and the other person can learn more about you. Another good question to ask is about people's free time. You can ask, what do you do in your free time? This means you are asking what the person likes to do when they are not working or studying. The other person might say, I like to read books, or I like to watch movies. Then you can ask more questions like, what kind of books do you read? Or, what is your favorite movie? These questions help the conversation grow. You don't need to ask big or difficult questions. Simple questions like these are good because they are easy to understand, and they make the conversation interesting. Talking about family is also a nice way to start a conversation. People often like to talk about their family. You can ask, do you have brothers or sisters? The person might answer, yes, I have one brother, or no, I don't have any brothers or sisters. After they answer, you can tell them about your family. For example, you can say, I have 2 sisters, or I have a big family. Talking about family helps people feel close, and it's a topic that many people enjoy discussing. If you don't know what to say, that's okay. Sometimes it can be hard to think of new questions. If you feel stuck, just take a deep breath. You can repeat something the other person said. For example, if they say, I like to travel, you can say, oh, you like to travel. This shows that you are listening, and it helps the other person keep talking. They might tell you more about the places they have visited or the places they want to go. Repeating what the other person says is a good way to keep the conversation going, especially when you don't know what to say next. Let's talk about speaking clearly. When you are talking to someone, it's important to speak clearly so they can understand you. You don't need to speak very fast. In fact, speaking slowly is a good idea when you are learning English. This gives you time to think about what you want to say, and it also helps the other person understand you better. Don't worry if you feel like you are speaking too slowly. It's better to speak slowly and clearly than to speak quickly and make mistakes. Pronunciation is also important when you are speaking English. Pronunciation means how you say the words. Sometimes English words can be difficult to pronounce. If you are not sure how to say a word, you can ask the other person. You can say, how do you say this word? Or, can you help me with my pronunciation? People are usually happy to help, and they will tell you how to say the word correctly. Over time, your pronunciation will get better with practice. When you are talking to someone, it's good to make eye contact. Eye contact means looking at the person's face, especially their eyes, while you are speaking. This shows that you are paying attention, and it helps the conversation feel more personal. In some cultures, people do not make much eye contact. But in English-speaking countries, eye contact is usually seen as polite. If you feel shy, you don't have to look at the person all the time. You can look away for a few seconds and then look back at them. The important thing is to show that you are listening and that you care about what the other person is saying. Another way to show that you are listening is to nod your head. When the other person is speaking, you can nod your head to show that you understand. This is a simple way to communicate without using words. You can also say, yes, or I see, while the other person is talking. These small words show that you are listening and following the conversation. Sometimes, when you are talking to someone, you might not understand everything they say. This is okay. It's normal to have trouble understanding when you are learning a new language. If you don't understand, don't be afraid to ask for help. You can say, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Or, can you speak more slowly, please? Most people will be happy to help you by speaking more slowly or saying the sentence again. It's also important to remember that you don't have to understand every single word. Even native English speakers don't always understand every word in a conversation. What's more important is understanding the general meaning of what the person is saying. If you miss a word or two, that's okay. Try to focus on the main idea of the conversation. With practice, you will start to understand more and more. When you are talking, it's okay to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes when they are learning a new language. Mistakes are a natural part of learning. Don't feel embarrassed if you say something wrong. The other person will understand that you are learning and they won't mind. In fact, they might even help you by correcting your mistake. For example, if you say, I go to the store, the other person might say, oh, you mean I went to the store? This is helpful because it shows you the correct way to say it. Don't feel bad about making mistakes. Each mistake is a chance to learn something new. Another good way to improve your English is to practice with different people. Each person speaks a little differently, so talking to many different people can help you get used to different speaking styles. Some people speak fast and some people speak slowly. Some people use a lot of short words, while others might use longer, more difficult words. By practicing with many people, you can learn to understand different types of English. You can also improve your speaking skills by listening to how different people talk. Listening is a big part of learning how to talk in English. The more you listen, the better you will become at speaking. When you listen to other people, pay attention to the words they use and how they put sentences together. Try to repeat some of the things they say in your own conversations. This will help you remember new words and phrases. You can also listen to English on TV in movies or in songs. Even if you don't understand everything, listening helps you get used to the sound of the language. If you are watching a TV show or movie in English, you can turn on the subtitles. Subtitles are the words that appear at the bottom of the screen while the characters are speaking. This can help you follow the conversation and learn new words. After watching the show with subtitles, you can try watching it again without them. This will help you practice understanding spoken English without needing to read the words. You can also practice your English by talking to yourself. This might sound strange, but it's a great way to practice. You can practice simple conversations in your head or out loud. For example, you can imagine you are talking to a friend and then practice what you would say. You can also describe things around you in English. For example, if you are at home, you can say, "This is my kitchen," or "I am sitting on a chair." Practicing in this way helps you get more comfortable with speaking English, and you can do it anytime, even when you are alone. Let's talk a little more about asking for help. When you are learning English, it's okay to ask people for help. If you don't know a word, you can say, "What does this word mean?" Or, "How do you say this in English?" People will usually be happy to help you. It's also a good idea to carry a small notebook with you. If someone teaches you a new word, you can write it down so you can remember it later. Writing things down helps you remember them better, and you can look at your notes whenever you need to. In English, there are many ways to say the same thing. For example, if you want to ask someone if they are okay, you can say, "Are you okay?" or "How are you doing?" or "Is everything all right?" These are all polite ways to check on someone. Don't worry if you don't know all the different ways to say something. Start with the phrases you know and slowly learn new ones. As you practice, you will get better at using different phrases. When you are speaking, try to use simple words. Simple words are easier for you to remember, and they are also easier for the other person to understand. You don't need to use big or difficult words to have a good conversation. For example, instead of saying, "I am famished," you can say, "I am very hungry." Both sentences mean the same thing, but the second one is easier to understand. Using simple words also makes it easier for you to focus on the conversation and not worry too much about your vocabulary. If you are not sure how to say something, you can try using other words to explain it. This is called paraphrasing. For example, if you don't know the word for library, you can say, "the place where you go to read books." The other person will understand what you mean, and this helps you keep talking without stopping the conversation. Paraphrasing is a great skill to have when you are learning a new language because it helps you communicate even when you don't know all the words. Speaking English is like any other skill. It gets better with practice. The more you practice, the more confident you will become. You can practice by talking to friends, classmates, or even strangers. If you are shy, you can start by practicing with people you know well. As you get more comfortable, you can try talking to new people. It's okay to feel nervous at first. Everyone feels a little nervous when they are learning something new. Just remember that the more you practice, the easier it will get. When you are practicing, try to speak out loud. Speaking out loud helps you hear how the words sound, and it also helps you get used to forming the words with your mouth. This is important because speaking a new language is not just about knowing the words, it's also about being able to say them clearly. Speaking out loud, even if you are alone, helps you get better at pronouncing the words correctly. If you have a friend who is also learning English, you can practice together. You can take turns asking each other questions and answering them. This is a fun way to practice, and it also helps you feel more confident because you know that your friend is learning, too. You can help each other by correcting mistakes and learning new words together. Practicing with a friend makes learning more enjoyable, and it gives you both a chance to improve. Sometimes you might feel like you are not making progress, but don't worry. Learning a new language takes time, and it's normal to have ups and downs. Some days you will feel like you are learning a lot, and other days you might feel stuck. This is all part of the process. The important thing is to keep practicing and not give up. Each day you practice, you are getting better, even if it doesn't always feel like it. Let's continue talking about speaking English with more tips and examples. I know learning English can be hard, but don't worry. The more you practice, the better you will get. The key is to not give up, even when it feels difficult. One important thing to remember is to be patient with yourself. Learning a language takes time. You will not learn everything in one day or even in 1 month, but if you keep practicing every day, little by little, you will improve. It is like learning any new skill. For example, if you want to learn to play a musical instrument, you have to practice every day. At first, you might only know how to play 1 or 2 notes, but with time, you will learn how to play songs. It's the same with learning English. Start with what you know and keep adding new words and sentences. Over time, you will see how much you have learned. A good way to practice English is to talk to yourself. I know this sounds a little strange, but it can really help. You can talk about simple things. For example, when you are cooking, you can say, "I am cutting the vegetables," or "I am boiling water." When you are getting ready in the morning, you can say, "I am brushing my teeth," or "I am getting dressed." Talking to yourself in English helps you practice using the language in everyday situations. It also helps you get used to thinking in English. The more you think in English, the easier it will be to speak. Another great way to practice is by watching TV shows or movies in English. When you watch something in English, you hear how people talk in real life. You can listen to how they ask questions, how they answer, and how they use words in different situations. If you don't understand everything, that's okay. You don't need to understand every single word to learn. Focus on the main idea. You can also turn on the subtitles to help you understand. After watching, you can try to repeat some of the sentences. This will help you remember new words and phrases. Music is another fun way to learn English. You can listen to English songs and try to sing along. Music helps you learn the rhythm of the language and improves your pronunciation. You can start with simple songs that have easy words. As you get better, you can try listening to more difficult songs. Singing along to music helps you practice speaking, and it makes learning more enjoyable. It's also helpful to read in English. You don't have to read long books or difficult texts. You can start with something simple, like short stories or children's books. These books use simple language and short sentences, so they are easier to understand. When you read, try to say the words out loud. This will help you practice your pronunciation. If you see a word you don't know, you can write it down and look it up later. Then, try to use the new word in your own sentences. Reading is a great way to learn new vocabulary and see how words are used in context. If you like writing, you can keep a diary in English. Every day you can write a few sentences about what you did or how you feel. For example, you can write, "Today I went to the park," or "I feel happy because it is sunny." Writing helps you practice using English, and it also helps you organize your thoughts. You don't have to write a lot. Even writing a few sentences every day will help you improve. Over time, you will see how much better your writing becomes. When you talk to someone in English, try to speak slowly and clearly. Don't worry about speaking fast. It's better to take your time and say the words correctly. Speaking slowly also gives you more time to think about what you want to say. It's normal to pause and think during a conversation. You don't need to rush. The other person will understand that you are learning and they will be patient with you. Sometimes, when you are speaking, you might forget a word. This happens to everyone, even people who speak English as their first language. If you forget a word, don't panic. You can describe what you mean in a different way. For example, if you forget the word restaurant, you can say, the place where people go to eat. The other person will understand what you mean, and this will help keep the conversation going. Describing things in different ways is a useful skill when you are learning a new language. Another important tip is to listen carefully when other people are speaking. Listening is just as important as speaking. When you listen carefully, you learn new words and phrases, and you also see how sentences are structured. If you don't understand something, it's okay to ask. You can say, "Can you repeat that, please?" Or, "I didn't understand, can you say it again?" People will not mind repeating things for you. They will understand that you are learning, and they will be happy to help. It's a good idea to practice with different people. Each person speaks a little differently, and this will help you get used to hearing different accents and speaking styles. Some people speak very fast, while others speak more slowly. Some people use a lot of slang or casual words, while others use more formal language. By practicing with different people, you will learn how to understand different types of English. This will also help you become more confident in your speaking. When you are learning English, it's important to celebrate your progress. Every time you learn a new word or use a new sentence, you are improving. It's easy to feel like you are not learning fast enough, but remember that every little step is progress. Even if you learn just one new word a day, by the end of the year, you will know over 300 new words. So, don't be too hard on yourself. Be proud of what you have learned and keep moving forward. It's also helpful to set small goals for yourself. For example, you can set a goal to learn 5 new words this week, or to have one short conversation in English every day. Setting small goals makes learning more manageable, and it gives you something to work towards. When you reach your goal, you will feel proud of yourself, and this will motivate you to keep learning. Another tip is to use English in your daily life as much as possible. The more you use English, the more comfortable you will become with it. You can label things in your house with their English names. For example, you can put a label on your refrigerator that says refrigerator, or on your door that says door. This helps you learn new words and keeps English in your mind throughout the day. You can also try thinking in English. This is a great way to practice when you are alone. For example, when you are walking or sitting quietly, try to think about what you are doing in English. You can say in your mind, "I am walking to the store," or "I am drinking coffee." Thinking in English helps you get used to the language, and it makes speaking easier when you are talking to someone else. If you have friends who are also learning English, you can practice together. You can have simple conversations with each other, and you can help each other when you make mistakes. Learning with a friend is fun because you can encourage each other and share new words and phrases that you learn. You can also correct each other's mistakes in a friendly way, which helps you both improve. Remember, it's okay to make mistakes when you are learning. Mistakes are a natural part of the learning process. Every time you make a mistake, you learn something new. Don't be afraid to make mistakes when you are speaking. The important thing is to keep trying. People will understand that you are learning, and they will be patient with you. It's also important to practice speaking regularly. If you only practice once in a while, it will take longer to improve. But if you practice a little bit every day, you will see progress much faster. You don't need to practice for hours at a time. Even practicing for 10 or 15 minutes a day can make a big difference. The key is to be consistent. The more you practice, the more confident you will become. If you are nervous about speaking to new people, you can start by practicing in front of a mirror. This helps you get used to seeing yourself speak, and it can make you feel more comfortable when you talk to others. You can practice simple conversations, like introducing yourself or asking questions. Practicing in front of a mirror helps you become more confident, and it gives you a chance to work on your pronunciation and body language. Another thing to remember is that everyone learns at their own pace. Some people might learn quickly, while others take more time. This is completely normal. Don't compare yourself to other people. Focus on your own progress and keep working towards your goals. Learning a new language is a personal journey, and everyone's journey is different. If you ever feel frustrated or stuck, take a break. It's okay to rest when you are tired. Sometimes stepping away from learning for a short time can help you come back with a fresh mind. After a break, you might find that things are easier to understand. The important thing is to keep going, even if it's a little bit at a time. You can also join online groups or forums where people practice English. These groups give you a chance to talk to people from all over the world who are also learning English. You can ask questions, share tips, and practice having conversations. It's a great way to meet new people and learn from each other. Another good idea is to record yourself speaking English. You can record a short message or conversation and then listen to it later. This helps you hear how you sound when you speak. You can notice things like pronunciation, or if you are speaking too fast or too slowly. Listening to yourself helps you find areas where you can improve. It's also a good way to see how much progress you've made over time. When you are learning English, it's okay to feel nervous or shy at times. This is a normal feeling when you are doing something new. But the more you practice, the more comfortable you will become. Speaking a new language takes courage, and every time you practice, you are building that courage. So, don't be afraid to speak, even if you feel shy. Each time you speak, you are getting better. If you ever feel discouraged, remember why you started learning English in the first place. Maybe you want to travel, or maybe you want to talk to more people from different countries. Whatever your reason, keep it in mind and let it motivate you. Learning English opens up many opportunities, and it's worth the effort. Let's continue talking about learning and practicing English. Learning a new language is a journey. It can feel difficult at times, but with practice, you will improve. Remember, it's important to practice every day, even if only for a few minutes. Every small step you take will help you become better at speaking English. When you are learning English, one of the most important things to do is to listen. Listening helps you understand how people speak in real conversations. You can listen to conversations, TV shows, music, or podcasts. Even if you don't understand everything, don't worry. Just try to focus on the main ideas. Over time, you will start to understand more and more. If you hear a word you don't know, you can write it down. Later, you can look up the meaning of the word and learn how to use it. Writing down new words helps you remember them better. You can also try using the new word in a sentence. For example, if you learn the word delicious, you can say, "The food is delicious." Practicing new words like this helps you remember them and use them in your conversations. Another way to practice English is to ask questions. When you're speaking to someone, don't be afraid to ask questions if you don't understand something. You can say, "Can you explain that, please?" Or, "What does that mean?" People will be happy to help you. Asking questions is a good way to learn and improve your understanding. When you are speaking, it's okay to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes when learning a new language. Making mistakes is part of the learning process. Every time you make a mistake, you learn something new. Don't worry if you say something wrong. The important thing is to keep talking and practicing. People will understand that you are learning and will be patient with you. Sometimes it can be helpful to record yourself speaking. You can record yourself reading a sentence or talking about your day. Then, listen to the recording. This helps you hear how you sound when you speak English. You can notice if you are pronouncing words correctly or if you need to slow down. Listening to yourself can help you find areas where you can improve. It also helps you become more comfortable with speaking. A good tip for learning English is to practice speaking out loud. Even if you are alone, you can practice speaking. For example, when you are cooking, you can say, "I am cutting vegetables," or when you are walking, you can say, "I am going to the store." Speaking out loud helps you get used to forming the words with your mouth. It also helps you practice pronunciation and speaking clearly. You can also talk about your daily activities in English. For example, you can say, I woke up at 7 a.m. or I am having breakfast. This helps you practice using English in real-life situations. The more you practice, the more comfortable you will become with using English in your everyday life. If you are shy or nervous about speaking to other people, it can help to practice in front of a mirror. Stand in front of the mirror and pretend you are talking to someone. You can practice introducing yourself or asking simple questions. This helps you become more confident, and it helps you get used to seeing yourself speak. Practicing in front of a mirror is a good way to build your confidence before you speak to others. Another way to practice is to read simple books in English. You don't need to start with difficult books. You can choose short stories or books for beginners. Reading helps you learn new words and understand how sentences are structured. When you read, try to say the words out loud. This helps you practice pronunciation and speaking clearly. If you find a word you don't know, write it down and look it up later. Writing in English is also a good way to practice. You don't need to write long essays. You can start by writing short sentences about your day. For example, you can write, Today I went to the park, or I am happy because it is sunny. Writing helps you organize your thoughts and practice using English. It also helps you remember new words and how to use them in sentences. If you have friends who are learning English, you can practice together. You can take turns asking each other questions and answering them. For example, you can ask, What did you do today? And your friend can answer, I went to the store. Practicing with a friend makes learning more fun. You can help each other by correcting mistakes and sharing new words. It's also a good way to build your confidence because you know your friend is learning too. Another thing to remember when learning English is to be patient with yourself. Learning a new language takes time. You won't learn everything in one day. Some days you might feel like you are making a lot of progress, and other days you might feel like you are stuck. This is normal. The important thing is to keep practicing. Even when it feels difficult, don't give up. Every day you practice, you are getting better, even if it doesn't always feel like it. It's also helpful to set small goals for yourself. For example, you can set a goal to learn 5 new words this week, or to have one short conversation in English every day. Setting small goals helps you stay focused and gives you something to work towards. When you reach your goal, you will feel proud of yourself, and this will motivate you to keep going. A fun way to practice English is by watching TV shows or movies in English. When you watch something in English, you hear how people speak in real-life situations. You can listen to how they ask questions, how they answer, and how they use words in different situations. If you don't understand everything, that's okay. You don't need to understand every word. Just focus on the main ideas. You can also turn on subtitles to help you understand. After watching, you can try to repeat some of the sentences you heard. This will help you remember new words and phrases. Another fun way to learn English is by listening to music. You can listen to songs in English and try to sing along. Music helps you learn the rhythm of the language and improves your pronunciation. You can start with simple songs that have easy words. As you get better, you can try listening to more difficult songs. Singing along to music is a fun way to practice speaking and helps make learning more enjoyable. You can also practice English by talking to yourself. For example, when you are doing something simple like cooking or cleaning, you can say what you are doing in English. You can say, I am washing the dishes, or I am cleaning the table. Talking to yourself helps you practice using English in everyday situations. It also helps you get used to thinking in English. The more you practice, the more natural it will feel. If you like writing, you can keep a diary in English. Every day you can write a few sentences about what you did or how you feel. For example, you can write, Today I went to the park, or I feel happy because it is sunny. Writing in a diary helps you practice using English and helps you remember new words and phrases. It's also a good way to track your progress and see how much you have improved over time. It's important to remember that learning a language is a journey. There will be times when it feels easy and times when it feels hard. That's okay. The most important thing is to keep going. Even if you only practice for a few minutes each day, you are making progress. The more you practice, the better you will get. One of the best ways to learn English is by using it in your daily life. For example, When you go to a store, you can try speaking to the cashier in English. You can ask, "How much is this?" or "Where is the milk?" These small conversations help you practice speaking and give you a chance to use what you have learned in real-life situations. Another way to use English in your daily life is to label things in your house with their English names. For example, you can put a label on your refrigerator that says refrigerator, or on your door that says door. This helps you learn new words and keeps English in your mind throughout the day. You can also try thinking in English. This is a great way to practice when you are alone. For example, when you are walking or sitting quietly, try to think about what you are doing in English. You can say in your mind, "I am walking to the store," or "I am drinking coffee." Thinking in English helps you get used to the language and makes speaking easier when you are talking to someone else. If you are feeling nervous about speaking to new people, you can start by practicing with people you know well. For example, you can practice with your friends, family, or classmates. The more you practice with people you know, the more confident you will feel when speaking to new people. It's okay to feel nervous at first. Everyone feels nervous when they are learning something new, but the more you practice, the easier it will become. When you talk to someone in English, it's okay to pause and think about what you want to say. You don't need to speak quickly. Speaking slowly gives you time to think and helps you say the words more clearly. It's also okay to ask the other person to repeat something if you didn't understand. You can say, "Can you say that again, please?" Or, "I didn't understand, can you explain?" People will be happy to help you. It's also important to listen carefully when other people are speaking. Listening helps you learn new words and phrases, and it also helps you understand how sentences are structured. The more you listen, the better you will understand. If you don't understand something, don't be afraid to ask. You can say, "What does that mean?" Or, "Can you explain that, please?" Asking questions helps you learn and improves your understanding. Another helpful tip is to practice with different people. Each person speaks a little differently, and this will help you get used to hearing different accents and speaking styles. Some people speak fast, while others speak more slowly. Some people use more slang or casual words, while others use more formal language. Practicing with different people helps you learn how to understand different types of English and helps you become more confident in your speaking. If you are feeling stuck or frustrated, it's okay to take a break. Learning a language takes time, and it's important to be patient with yourself. Sometimes taking a short break can help you come back with a fresh mind. After a break, you might find that things are easier to understand. The important thing is to keep going and not give up. You can also join online groups or forums where people practice English. These groups give you a chance to talk to people from all over the world who are also learning English. You can ask questions, share tips, and practice having conversations. It's a great way to meet new people and learn from each other. In conclusion, learning English takes time, patience, and practice. The more you practice, the better you will get. Don't be afraid to make mistakes and remember to ask questions when you need help. Keep practicing every day, even if only for a few minutes. Little by little, you will improve and become more confident in speaking English. Keep going and don't give up. You are doing a great job. Thank you for listening. I hope you feel more confident about speaking English now. Just remember to smile, be polite, and keep practicing. You are doing great. Please like, subscribe, and press the bell notification so that you never miss new updates. Have a nice day.